Hey Alchemist, how's it going? We'll pop it up over here. We're just kind of chilling on a Saturday. We're not working too hard again. But I was going to show you guys a little bit about what we kind of did yesterday and what I got working on after the stream. Because it's funny, you get stuck on something and then you go get it working right after the stream. So I thought I'd show a little bit of stuff. Yeah, the week was over fast. And then now next week I get to actually drive. I'm driving into work for the next 2 weeks, doing some work in a skiff out about it's about 45 minutes from here, out in a place called Chandler, which is, it's funny, it's still part of Phoenix. It's just a different part of Phoenix, and it takes about 45 minutes over there with no traffic. With traffic, it might take over an hour, depending on what traffic looks like this next couple weeks. On the plus side, it is right around the Loop 101 for me, so that's nice. No, I'm not working on Saturdays or Sundays. That's funny you say that. I could be crashing the project, right? When you work when you work on a facility and you're deploying a big high performance compute system, yeah, sometimes you got to crash weekends. So like I told the wife, I was like, you might not see me much this next couple weeks. I mean, obviously I'll still be home at night and stuff, but I'm saying like, there's not just like she can't just come home from work and see me or something. Like I'll be gone, probably late hours and stuff. So that happens though. Let me show you guys where we were at yesterday. When we rebooted a node yesterday. So this lab disks is our one node. I'm gonna force a reboot. I will just do a normal reboot on him. And we watched this thing boot 100 times. 100 times yesterday, if at least once. And what happened was, we were watching our system as the server tried to pull down the different parts of its image and boot, right? So our system was trying to do an iPixie boot, and something was breaking. But what's different now is I got it to boot via this Dracut, D-R-A-C-U-T, right, or Dracut, however you want to call that. And to do that, it was actually an interesting setup for a procedure. So the way that kind of worked, I'm trying to find it over here. I'm not seeing it in their immediate stuff right here, but we'll let that boot up so you guys can see it. But what's going to happen is that node's going to re-provision every time. So this is what we call a stateless node. That node is pulling every time it reboots, it's going to wipe. It's almost like a trap door. Every time the node goes down and comes back up, it's a completely clean, brand new install of the original box. The reason this is valuable is for the lab environment. If I give somebody access to this box, right? Like I have all these ways to give people access into the lab. Once you're done with it and you log out, I can just basically flip the trapdoor button, have the box go down and come back up, and it's a perfectly clean new deploy for the next person, right? So this is where we weren't getting to before right here. It's going to try to mount, and then look, boom, we're on the box. So over here, it's pulled the image, and I should be able to go right into the lab disk 01 node. See my uptime, who am I, right? And then here's where like I didn't stop yesterday, but we were stuck on the booting part yesterday. So that's kind of where we got to, was getting the server to boot the way that we wanted. So now we've got it at the right, it's at the right IP address, right? It knows who it is. Let's see if I just do like a host on myself, since I'm using, maybe this is a minimum, right? There's different systems, obviously. A ping. But I want to use. Oh well, let's try dig. Dig should be there. All of those commands should be there, but maybe we're too. Oh wow. All right. Well, let's try this. So one of the nice things about this is we can install stuff, but it's not an immutable image, right? Immutable would mean I couldn't do anything to this image, but I can do like a DNF, what provides, and then say I don't know, ns lookup, and again, why that's not there, who knows? Okay. Well, that's a thing that we need to know then. This is going to be a problem. We can't get to the base OS here, so that's fine. Let's do it this way. Let's exit out of this server. we want to update, we want to add something to that image, right? And we want to add it to that server and then use it. So one way to do that as we're first like building out this system is we'll go into the container image for that server, which is Rocky Linux 9. And I'm going to say over here, DNF, what provides. So DNF is just a newer version of Yum. Yum is the old Yellow Dog update manager. Yellow Dog stopped being used as a Linux distro probably early 2000s. I know it used to be on linuxdistros.org back in the day, which was a cool little site for all the popular Linux distros that were out, but that's gone. What provides? What do we want? NS lookup. So this will go, and it's going to pull. By the way, every time when you first do this, the container doesn't have any of the metadata, but it's going to look at repositories that are local to the cluster. It's not going out anywhere. This is why it didn't work when I just booted it and tried to run it. So yeah, we are where we are. So, but let's do this. So this is me. You guys just saw me in that box for the first time since you've been, yesterday we couldn't get it to boot. Now we got it booting. And what I want to do is I want to update, and I'm going to add the bind utils to it, right? So DNF install bind utils, right? And it'll say, do you want to do that? And I'll say yes. And what will happen then is when I exit this, if I just exit this right now, it's going to go rebuild that container. It's going to build that Rocky 9 container back into the list of images for this cluster. But check this out. Just because I did that didn't mean that the overlay was built for that image. So I have the container there, but now I got to rebuild the overlay, which is what's actually presented out. So there's actually a command right here. So we'll just do overlay build for everything. So it'll rebuild. I can do overlay build for just the one node if I want. But now if I do that, this lab disks node, I'm going to reboot it. I'm just going to kick it over now manually. In the future, all the kicking over will be done via Ansible and Tower. So we'll have the boxes go down and come back up and all that kind of stuff. Every night I'll wipe. Well, maybe I won't do it like that. Maybe I'll just have them as people log out. I haven't decided what that process is going to look like yet. That's something that I got to kind of map out in the head a little bit and probably draw out a little bit on like an Excalidraw. But this is going to go and it's going to grab the new version of that image. So now when I SSH into this machine, and you guys never saw me, you saw me try in the machine here to do anything and it just failed. So what I did was I stepped back and I updated its container, the actual thing that the machine is built from, right? So right, now the machine's going to go down and pull a new version of that. And when I go in here to this lab disk server, I should have bind utils on there now. I didn't have it on there before. I put it on there because that's where NS lookup should come from. And now I should be able to do on this box an NS lookup of things. Pico Dev will explore Ansible and other tools. Yeah, I think Ansible is a great tool for pretty much everything. We're just doing Warewulf now for the build out of the lab and the kind of the cluster management part. And then I'm planning on, there are going to be Ansible pieces of this. Specifically, I'm building labs in here inside of Ansible. So when people come onto this server, they will have a set of nodes in here that they can control and do Ansible labs on that are deeper than what they can do in Killer Coda. Now, with Killer Coda, I can give you guys all kinds of access, but I can't give you like access at the they don't give you like extra disks to go configure and all that kind of stuff. And Dev Suthar said AI can take over job in the future. I'll tell you what, I'm not worried about AI taking over my job. It may help people do systems administration better, but I don't think it's going to be the thing like pulling the trigger in a cluster and hitting, thousands of machines and stuff. I don't think people are going to trust that right off, because we've had the ability, like we've had tooling for the last 20 years that can do automated failover and fail back. And guess what? When that's happening, we've almost always had to have a human involved still, because there's just problems. Yeah, Diamond, there's also that. The tooling that's out there is still being fed by the internet, which is a bunch of opinions and not actual knowledge about things. So there's that too. All right, so this box is back up. We're going to hit it over here. We're going to go right back into it. I should be able to do an NS lookup, right, of, let's just say, my machine. And I should see how my machine is finding, like, what's the name resolution tool? How are things being found here? Which I was hoping would just point to the cluster, but it looks like it's going to sit here and hang for a while. Okay, NS lookup. Let's just try. See if we can hit Google. All right, we got a problem. We got one new problem in the lab. We have no resolution happening here. So this is an important thing to note. We have a problem. So I'm gonna go through some of my notes over here. Right. So this is something I need to fix now in the lab environment. But thankfully it should be really easy, right? I should be able to go find where this was built over here, right? So this is in my overlays, but it's getting it from maybe this etsyresolve.conf. So let's go look at that. So we'll exit out of the server and cd to Etsy. For some reason I thought it was an iPixie, and I don't think it should be in there, but let's go look real quick. So this is the full path down into the overlays. I guess, well, I mean, I can just go in there and fix it and then rebuild the overlay. Let's see. Let's try that. PI. It would help if I had my hand in the right place. Let's go try this. This is how this is getting built. Name server, or if we have any name server set. So look, this is being dynamically built. This is being auto-generated by Warewulf. But I could also still say, and always use name server 8.8.8.8, right? Which is like the most common Google one, right? That's a Google one. All right. So we'll leave that for now. And that's not that big of a deal. But let's go look at some of the other things that are going on in the server, box server, whatever I want to call it, right? My understanding, we don't even have a clear command. All right, well, I guess we'll just go as we are. So df-h, and we've got a home directory mounted here. I thought we had an opt directory mounted too, but it looks like we just have home. So we cd over to home. What's in there? It looks like it's just the Scott user. So that's interesting to me. Let's if I know that there's a Scott user for this environment, can I get into there as the Scott user? Is it passing through Scott's password? Doesn't look like it is, but maybe. All right, so it's definitely not passing through the password. That's fine. I guess I could use, I don't know, maybe keys. That's not that big a deal. All right, let's go back in here. Lab disks. We have like literally, this is a bare metal system. If we do a ss-ntulp, this box shouldn't be really doing anything. Yep, like we can SSH to it, and that's about it on this box. That's pretty much all this thing's got going for it. And that's fine because we didn't put anything in the container for the build. We didn't have anything special that we wanted on it. We definitely aren't going to have an Ansible tool. So let's go let's add Ansible to this because these boxes are going to need Ansible. Let's start that so you guys can see what the process looks like each time. You're going to drop back into the container. You're going to do a DNF install -y if you want Ansible, right? And this will go in and it'll pull down if Ansible's available in the local cluster. It'll install Ansible. It should be there. Oh. Hold on. Let me see if... I bet EPEL release isn't there either. Oh, it is. Okay, okay. So we might have Ansible may be in the EPEL release. EPEL is extra packages for Enterprise Linux. Let's see if it has it now that it went and found EPEL. So EPEL, a lot of times you're going to have things that aren't in the like normal base image or the app streams for your Red Hat or whatever. So then you have to have EPEL on there. Yeah, so there's Ansible. All right. So Ansible was part of the EPEL packages, which is the extra packages for Enterprise Linux. So, all right, good. So we'll get that in the image. We're going to need that because people are going to be controlling systems using the Ansible stuff. So that'll be good. While we're waiting for that to go, I'll show you guys. We've got a Discord. People are welcome to go hang out in there. And mainly, the thing about Discord that I want to show you guys is that we've got a bunch of events coming up. And they're coming up early August, so about a month from now. And they're just going to be a bunch of talks from different people in the industry. Some of them you know from being around here. Some of them you may not know, but they're all doing things out in the industry. So if you want to come and network and talk to people and find out kind of what's going on and ask questions, that's what we're going to be doing. That's going to be coming up here. And all those speakers have either spoken here before or I kind of know them from the industry in different ways. So, all right, the box is back up. We saw it boot up over. Oh, sorry, the box is not back up. The cluster, the container is now done. So we'll exit and it'll rebuild the container. Once that container is done rebuilding, we'll rebuild the overlay so that this system can reboot and grab that new overlay of whatever we're doing, right? So I also need to see. So let me show you guys. I said that I'd show you guys what I did to fix the problem last night. Some of you here were last night and you were like, oh, he didn't get it all done. I didn't, but this is the main final thing here that we needed was this boot management. So I'll link this to anybody that's interested in what the fix looked like. Hey Doc, how's it going? We are just hanging out and working in the lab. I'm linking the thing that I used to fix it. This is the default way that Grub tries to boot, or Warewulf tries to boot your system. And this iPixie was just not booting. So what I ended up having to do as I was reading through this is I had to install the Warewulf dry cut. However, this is not available anywhere. They just say do a DNF install. Nope. That's a special package out on the old webs. And specifically, you got to pull that down. I'll show you guys what that looks like. Let me do the overlay build real quick. Where's my overlay build? So now we got the disks. History, grep-iw-get. This is the command I had to do to pull it down, right? So I downloaded the version of Warewulf, except I didn't do it out here. I had to do it down in the container. Once I did it in the container, I used the Drakit module to build its own init RAM-fs inside of the container. And then I had to set the node. So if you go look at the node setting inside of the cluster here, this is the fix for yesterday for anybody that was around and was like, oh man, this guy can't get his shit working. I couldn't, but we finally got it. We set this to Drakit for iPixie. And then there's that one little thing that now we see when the system boots. In fact, the system has to boot right now, so let's just reboot it. Instead of going the old iPixie route, now it goes that other image route, and it's going to pull down. I'll show you right here in the start. When it pulls down its start, it's going to use the Drakit modules. When it finally reboots. It's taking its time. Come on, system. Oh, apparently I didn't do a restart. I did a stop. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me. But when this comes up, you're going to see right in the title, you're going to see this other start right, not right here, right about here. Booting via Dracut. Instead of the old, it just said booting. Werewolf V4 is now booting when it was the iPixie. So it changed. And then once we got that working, we were able to get it to boot. But this is where I found the fix. And then this is the, where's the actual boot with Dracut? So we got that to boot, and then yeah. So that's how I got it to boot. Finally, right? Because we were working on that yesterday for a little bit, and then we took a break on it. This is going to come back up. When the box comes back up, it's going to have Ansible on it now. That's something we wanted to get into the lab environment. When that system finishes coming up, which is right about now, they boot relatively quickly. That's a pretty. I mean, that's not as fast as some virtual machines, but for an older physical box and an older system, that's fine. You know, that's within a level of tolerance of maybe about 2 minutes that we could be fine with, especially in a lab environment. We might not be okay with that in a actual like high performance compute system environment, but sometimes you are. It depends. There's different places that we put emphasis depending on what we're doing. Like if we just have like a maintenance pool and nodes are down there, we don't really care how long those boot. But if there's something that goes down in like the main cluster pool, that could be something that matters. But for the most part, your system should be resilient to a lot of this stuff. So if I type in Ansible now, there's all my Ansible stuff. So I've got Ansible set up in a way that now if I gave people access to the system, they should be able to see what's going on, right? And jeez, all these stupid things you can do inside Ansible now. If you want a dragon or Stegosaurus or Stimpy sitting there yelling at you. Oh, that's hilarious. Calce acceptance list. And they got more info in there about Calce than they do about actually running the damn system. It's Cow, C-O-W. Gosh. All right. So got that part built. So again, we just needed to get the system to build once. Pico Dev, I don't have any strong thoughts on NixOS. I've seen some people tell me about it. I've built it in the lab here. We had NixOS on one of these boxes a while back. And I know that for certain because if I go look at one of these boxes and I go here, yeah, we had NixOS GNOME 23. So I don't know, it's probably sometime last year. I mean, I didn't really mess with it much. My take on it is I think it's fine for people that want to mess around with systems. And I think it's even fine for devs and engineers that want to use it in their free time. I don't know of anybody, and I always ask the engineers that I know, is anybody using these tools? And even down in our Discord, I've not heard anybody say they're using NixOS professionally yet. I know people are using it on their own boxes and they're building little environments and clusters, and it sounds good, but I haven't seen it productionalized yet. So, I mean, it's probably fine. I just haven't seen that happen yet. So then you say, well, what do you mean by that? Well, where I'm going with that is, if somebody were telling me like, should I spend time in NixOS or should I go spend time in like Fedora or Red Hat or Rocky or something like that, I would tell you, go spend time in something that 95% of the industry is using. Even Ubuntu, hell, people are using a lot of Ubuntu, but I don't know anybody using NixOS. So there's nothing wrong with it. Like I think it's a perfectly fine tool, and I think it's cool the way that it's like an immutable environment, right? But I just, it's for me, it's just that it's cool. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just doesn't. I haven't seen it used professionally enough to tell people like, hey, you should go spend your time in here, if that kind of makes sense. Whereas like this Warewulf stuff, I've worked on the last like 3 clusters I've worked on have all been Warewulf. Like this is like a really big, like a lot of government stuff's using it. A lot of things are going that way. So I would tell people to spend some time in some of these type of tools maybe. But that's just because my focus I mean, I think all kinds of things are cool. I like playing around in all kinds of things in my lab. But when I tell people like, hey, you should do this to get, the stated goal of our group is to get people into doing this stuff professionally, I would tell people to focus on the professional stuff, if that makes sense. But again, there's nothing wrong. I don't know of anything wrong with NixOS, but it seems like it works perfectly fine. So, all right. Where am I at? I'm working on this stuff. You guys have seen me just kind of... I kind of just reviewed what we did yesterday because people that were around yesterday saw that lab disks was just not coming up. This box was just busted, right? So the next part then, I guess, is if we can get one box to boot and we've got a good working container like we want, the next part is to start building what the lab's going to look like. So the lab here... Get this stuff out of the way. The lab here, we file, open recent. I think it was our lab here. We're down here in this little Beowulf cluster. Sorry, Beowulf. It's Warewulf now. It's not Beowulf. That's Rocky 9.4. And then we've got these different nodes that are going to come up. And they're all going to be Rocky 9. And they are going to be a pool of addresses. Their IP address range is 192.168.200. I believe I did 50 through 192.168.200.99. So that's the pool of addresses that these nodes can take. Put that there. And if that's hard to read, what we can do is we can make this those a little more dotted. Maybe that's a little easier to read. I don't know. I don't know why these are all individual lines instead of one line, but I think that's a little easier to read. All right. So what are we doing then next in the lab? I don't really have, again, you guys probably noticed I don't have like some big major plan here in the lab for how this stuff all works. We do have access to this stuff remotely. People can get access to the home lab through the Discord. There's a section in Discord that tells you how to connect in here for people that are like, oh, that's interesting. I want to see how to get into the environment. It's actually all right here. It tells you how to get into the environment, right? I always give the disclaimer there that obviously I track everything. You guys know that. So, people are anonymous in there, but they're only what I would call so anonymous because, of course, I do have the ability to look at what they're doing. So that's just my little don't get too ratchet disclaimer. Like I can keep track of everybody that gets into the environment. These are just the failed logs, but I also have the actual. Hold on. For people that actually do get in the environment over here, and this was from yesterday. Everybody that's in there doing whatever they're doing in the environment. This was only for the last 6 hours. Let's do the last 24 hours. This is if anybody hopped in yesterday. There were people hopping in there yesterday and just looking through things and doing whatever. Yeah. Less Than T, how's it going? Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. We are just, I don't know, we're just kind of dicking around in the lab right now. I'm kind of meandering, and we're checking on Ranger Dog. Ranger looks like he's doing okay. I am, again, not working super hard because, you know, it's a Saturday. I don't normally stream on Saturdays, but I figured I'd get on and show you guys how we fixed the problem from last night. Last night I dropped... there were two things that I didn't have working yesterday by the end of the stream. One was the Warewulf deployment of a new node. We have that fixed. And the other one was finishing the DBD, which is the database like backup for Slurm. I have that most of the way done, but I didn't finish that one on stream because I was going to build a new lab with that. But over here, we did get this other stuff built out, and we did get this working, and we do have our system showing up the way we want. I wanted to keep looking around, so we do our df-h. We have only home mounted, but I thought from our config that opt was also mounted, so I'm going to exit out of here, and I'm going to cat etc werewolf werewolf.conf, and I thought we were sharing out. So I see that we have home. I thought we were also doing opt, but I see now that opt is mount to false. So let's change this. Let's restart Warewulf, and then let's redo it. Oh, the question over on the YouTube side, how is Ranger? He's doing good. Let me tell you guys a couple things about Ranger. One, he's almost 13, if you don't know that. Some of you probably don't know Ranger Dog, but he is at 73 degrees downstairs. He is nice and comfortable. However, outside in Phoenix yesterday got to 118 degrees Fahrenheit. So at my house, I think it said it was 116, but at the Sky Harbor International Airport, where we do our official Arizona temperatures off of, it was 118 Fahrenheit. That was 2 degrees higher than the hottest it's ever been on that day. The hottest it's ever been on that day was 116, and I think that was in 1983. So, yeah. Hey, Woosop. How's it going? We are just hanging out, working on this stuff. And one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to fix the way that this lab works, because I do want opt to be shared across all my systems. I want to build my node exporter one time and put it in there and have all the systems started. That's going to be one of the next things we do. And you say, well, why would you do that with node exporter? Well, because if I get node exporter turned on in opt, right, and all the machines start it, then when my machines come up, we can go into my Prometheus. Where's my Prometheus in the home lab here? I can never remember where. Let's do this. Hold on. Oh, sudo-i. Who knows what's going on here? Prometheus is grep 193, right? So 193. There we go. So then in my home lab, I will be able to have Prometheus do all of my discovery of those nodes and keep track of those nodes. So node exporter will be squeezing that information up, and then Prometheus will come along and pull, P-U-L-L, that information every 10 seconds, right? And it'll do that, and then I will have information about how the instances are running, how they're being used, specifically if they're in an up or a down state, which is useful to me. And I'll be able to track the different things in my lab environment, right? So where was I going with that? We were over here. Let's fix that opt piece. So who the hell knows what's going on? All right, so we're gonna VI this file, right? So just change this over to VI, and we're gonna edit the way that the environment works. We did not have opt being mounted, but we're going to set it to be mounted. So we're going to set that to true. If we change a config file, we always have to restart the service. So systemctl restart Warewulf. Warewulf runs on the 6783. So there's Warewulf. Says it's started. What the hell is it? Oh, 9873. I'm dumb. What did I say? What was I doing? Anyways, it's 9873. Right, so it'll give me just the one. And then I can take that PID and I can do an LSOF-I on port 9873 and see more information about what the command is that started it and what the process ID is and who the user is and the file descriptor. All these things about my system, right? Hey, Bruto fan, you're back. How's it going? I am just hanging out on Saturday, and I got the lab part working yesterday from that part that was all busted. We got the instance to boot. And the way I did that, I linked it earlier, but was kind of through this little Dracket module here. Shoot, I don't even know where it is now. I linked it earlier, but I got it to boot. So I got the one node up, this lab disks. But now I'm trying to make sure that it is going to take all of the configurations like I want. So I'm going to reboot this box right now. I'm just going to force the reboot. Actually, hold on, let me think. Let's rebuild the overlay again. Yeah, you do want to make sure that the overlay is built for... Let's just rebuild for just that one node. We'll restart it. It's a stateless machine, so it'll boot up and it'll pull the overlay again from Warewulf. And we should have it. The main thing that we're looking for when we get this server back up is that we will be able to... we can ping it, by the way. Just sit here and wait for it to come up all the way. But once it does come up, we should be able to go in there and see that opt is now mounted as well, /opt. And that's going to be important because then we can build things in opt once, and all of the different nodes can just run, you know, the prom config or whatever. Usa, Scott, they gave me access to a VM I can admin. No internet access. All app repos point to their servers. Most ports are closed. It's a good thing, but I never felt locked like that in the machine. Yeah, Wusaw, this is one of the weird balancing acts of, like, so for a guy who's been teaching people for like a long time how to do system stuff, this is what you just described as like a big problem for me too. I want to give everybody access to come in the environment and do whatever admin stuff they can, right? But then the problem is, it's like, if I gave everybody access to Warewulf here, you know, people would be changing stuff and it would be broken. And so then you say, well, Scott, can't you use Warewulf to build like a bunch of individual nodes for them to do? And I say, yeah, I can do that, right? So then people got access, but then they're not in Warewulf. So now I'm not teaching them Warewulf. Now I'm just teaching them basic Linux, right? And then it's just this like descending hierarchy of annoyance trying to like get people in the exact same, which is one of the reasons I love Killer Coda so much. Is I could say right now, hey, everybody that wants to do a Killer Coda lab with me, hop in the browser and do Killer Coda. And everybody that wanted to could literally just hop in a browser and do a lab with me right now in the exact same environment as me without the setup. And this is something I tell you guys, and I know some of you think I'm joking, but it's true. Back in the day, when and this is still kind of true today, but it's a little different. Back in the day, they used to throw a CD at you and say, install Linux and get back to me in a week. And if you couldn't install Linux by yourself or through figuring it out, then you couldn't be a Linux admin. Nobody would help you. But nowadays, like, we can just jump into an already built Linux box and just start understanding Bash and the command line and all these things that you couldn't even get into before. The barrier entry was too high to even get into. So, all right, that's up. Let's SSH to it. And that's not me being like philosophical or anything. That's just the way it is, right? Yeah, when I do vanilla stuff, Wusa said, you feel me now when you say I'm the most vanilla guy. Yeah, I'm very vanilla about stuff because as long as the stuff works, I don't need the environment to do all these things. Okay, nice. Look at this. So I've got an opt directory now that's mounted. So if I cd to opt, df-h dot, I am on the Warewulf server. Well, I am mounted over here. So all of my nodes will now mount opt. So you might say, well, why does that matter, Scott? Well, this is really important because I can have opt and home already set up for users to save stuff, and then if a user has to reboot this lab disks server that they happen to be on for some reason, then they don't lose anything that they put in home or opt. Well, opt isn't a good place to put stuff, but that's neither here nor there. Opt is more for me as an administrator, and like opt is where we put like one-off tools and things that don't belong. They're like your agents. Like you got a McAfee agent or like a Falcon sensor, and you've got like a Nessus scanner, and you've got, I don't know, whatever else you've got. Other things could be like Promtail sending logs, and not Nessus, the network exporter, or node exporter. Node exporter, that's what it's called. Node exporter can also, yeah. So Promtail, node exporter if you have it. Promtail. Yeah. So there you go. All right. Q, I use opt for software that's not installed via the package. Yeah, that's an excellent way to put it. I never thought to put it that way, Q. But yeah, that's a lot of times. So in my cluster, I'm going to have opt be something where if I go change it on my primary up in Warewulf, I add some packages. Or another way to do this with cluster managers, and I could make it any directory. Sometimes people will use like /HPC or something, and now you'll have a place where all your libraries are. And there's a tool that I think CIQ runs it. What is this tool with CIQ? It might not be CIQ, but it's called, it might not be that. It's called SPAC. I don't know if any of you guys have played with SPAC. This is not strictly speaking, this isn't all a high performance compute thing, but SPAC is a management for supercomputers. It's like a package manager, and you can download whole libraries into all your systems and all that stuff, and SPAC makes it really easy. I've seen some guys do some really cool stuff with SPAC. So anyways, I'll link this to you guys that are interested in that. Somebody asked, how old is Ranger? He is almost 13. I think his birthday is right at the end of October. We've got a little birth certificate for him, me and the wife. But yeah, Ranger is, look at that dog. He had breakfast, so I know he's not hungry. I gave him a treat too, because he gets treats. He's always gotten hard treats. He's always, he's never been like a chewer. Like he doesn't chew on his toys or anything. In fact, this llama, he's had this llama since he was as big as this llama. He doesn't chew on any of his toys. He's got like 4 toys, but he used to love chewing on tennis balls. That was it. And you could give him any other type of ball and he wouldn't chew on it, but you gave him a tennis ball and he loved it. So he would only chase little yellow things. If I painted the rabbits in our yard yellow, he would probably chase them around like tennis balls. But since they are not yellow, he will not chase them. But he's never been a chewer. He's a pretty good dog. This is live. I don't know. He's just Ranger. He was the laziest effing guard dog ever, but he's a good dog. And I went down earlier and I was petting him, and I like shake his head, like I kind of rub his head in the morning, and I gave him a treat, and then he was like waiting to chew on the treat until I stopped shaking his head. So just like giving him a early morning wake up. But he's good. He's good. Oh, he's moving. He's alive. All right. But anyway, SPAC is a tool. Yeah, it's a flexible package manager supporting multiple versions, platforms, vendors. I've seen some pretty good stuff with SPAC as a tool. And oh look, they use the normal read the docs type standard for this, so you got all the information in here about how this works. But a lot of people use this because in high performance compute clusters, we need everything to be the same because we're performing workflows that are not limited down to just one node or smaller than one node or one device that has all of its own libraries. Everything across the cluster, the jobs can land across anything within what we call typically like a partition or a what was another term for that? Partition is what we call it in Slurm, but some people call it a allocation, like a job allocation. And SPAC helps keep everything the same across everything. Yeah. You know, it's funny. I could yell from here, and Ranger probably wouldn't even move. Here, hold on. I'll put my microphone on mute for a second. Yeah, you guys in here, but he barely moved. I yelled for him twice. Oh no, he moved his head a little. He moved his head a little. He's listening. He heard me calling for help. That dog. All right, we'll go give him a treat here in a little bit again. But all right, so we got, you know, the environment here set up, and what else? What else do we want to do in the home lab? Whoops, in the home lab here. The next part of a lot of this is I got to plan out what I want to do with these nodes. So I know I can build the nodes, and I know I can stand them up with Ansible, right? Like Ansible's a tooling that I can use. So now what I need to do is kind of figure out what I want to do with this. And I was thinking about this earlier. I kind of want to give, so in the home lab environment, for people that haven't been around, we've got a couple of ways for people to connect. This is the ProLUG Lab environment, but it's still technically my home lab. And one of the ways people can connect is through Apache Guacamole, right? That's the connection information. You can find it down in the Discord too. But Guacamole is an Apache project, so you can log in, right? So you connect to some server. You have some username, and you hopefully have a password. And then you can come in and you can see all your connections to all the different lab devices that we have. And again, this is all through a browser. One of the nice things about this is it is in a browser. And then you can just drop into one of the boxes. And if you've been in the box, if you have the access to that server, which you do if you can see it, then you drop right in here to a dev environment. And in this case, I'm streamer 1, and you know, I can see if anybody else is in this device with me. I can see where I'm connecting to it from on the internal network, right? And then I can do, you know, whatever kind of things that I have, whatever things I want to do in this lab. And then I can drop out, right? If I exit out, it takes me back to my home inside of Apache. And for me, I have admin permission, so I can go do admin stuff. But for other people, they can just come in here. We've got the blue dungeon nodes and the red dungeon nodes, and you can go jump into those and then do whatever kind of things. Kind of see what's going on in here. I don't have a lot of space in here. Do I have any access for last? I can see when people last logged in here. Somebody logged in here July 3rd. But what's going on in this environment is all set up there. That's cool. Is that interface all part? Yeah, everything, Cutalingus, everything in here is part of Guacamole. Because I was saying earlier how one of the problems, like if you, all right, so if you want to be an educator, right? This is let me tell you guys a little thing I learned in teaching college for almost 16 years now. Years ago, I taught a few different Linux classes. I still teach some Linux classes, but they're real basic. And one of the things I learned was, like, if I told the students, hey, we're going to be installing Linux today, that was going to be what I was doing for the next 2 hours, was just helping people stuck in different stages of like an Anaconda deployer. And another one was if I told people, hey, we're going to learn how to do VI today, or if I ever said, hey, we're going to do VI for configuration of something in a lab, 100% that was what I was doing for the next hour. Across 30 students, the next hour I would be getting people out of VI that couldn't do escape::WQ. They just couldn't do it. So yeah, that's Q. That's exactly the point Q just made. It's exactly what it is. Showing people how to quit VI, and there's legends that some of my students are still stuck in VI somewhere. We had a guy. It's what some of the older. So the ProLUG group's been around for 10 years, right? It'll be 10 years in August that we've been meeting, and I've been showing people. And they used to just come to my house back in the day, right? We all just met at the house, but then we went to Discord about 5 years ago. And that was right before COVID hit. In fact, we had started doing stuff on Discord and kind of growing the group out. But when we had this guy that would show up all the time, and I remember one time we were working, and we were like 5 hours into this project, and we would all sit around with our laptops out and just like hang out and work on stuff in like a little Linux environment, right? That's what we did. And Heather, people have a hard time with VI because I think nobody ever explains to them that there's like this hierarchy of modes. Can I show you guys the most useful thing for me ever? Let me show you guys the most useful thing that I ever learned as far as VI. It goes like this. Let's just say VI image explain. And somebody's got it. Somebody's got the image out there. But this is the way that I originally learned it. Let's see if I can find it. This one's okay. This is an okay version of it. But the one that this is the one I originally saw right here. When I first started, open image in a new tab. This is the original one that I remember seeing and learning. Kind of not really super visible there. But when you VI some file, right, Etsy Warewulf, and then warewulf.conf, right, you come in command line mode. You drop in command line mode. In this, I can go up and down. I can go left and right. I can do a bunch of things with letters. And since I'm in command mode, if I want to do command-like stuff, I can do that. Like, I can hit X and remove the M right there that was under my character. I can say DD and delete that line. I can hit U and U to undo the things that I did. And then if I want to, I can escape the system. By the way, I never left command line mode. All those things I just did, I never left command line mode. You never see an insert down here or anything. I'm just deleting lines right now. Now I can do batches of characters. I can say D500D and delete 500 lines, right? But there's only 50 fewer because that's all there was. I can then, when I'm ready to leave command mode, I can go to last line mode by, typically we'll hit escape and then do colon, and then you'll get a little colon at the bottom and you're in last line mode. From there, you can do things like quit. I want to explicitly quit without giving any changes to the file. I can make a change. Let's say I delete this and I can write it to a new file called like temp warewulf.conf, like let's say. And now I'm writing this to a different file. So then if I escape :Q and go back into my original file, I never made that change. I put that into, I copied it into a new file as I was going, right? So I'm going from command mode into last line mode for that kind of stuff, right? There's all kinds of things here. You can hit write quit. You can write to a new file. You can quit with explicitly saying don't change things. You can write to a new file and quit with an exclamation mark if you're root and you want to override that you're read only. There's all this crap that happens here, right? But I'm either in command mode where I'm doing commands, just deleting lines and, you know, jumping to the end of a line if I need to, and, you know, whatever things I need to do. I don't want to make those changes. But then if that's kind of the really powerful part of VI. But then there's all this stuff where I can type certain characters and go into insert mode. So I can hit I right here and just start typing, right? And then I can hit U to undo it all. And then one of my favorite, one of the most useful ones is I'll hit O and I'll make a new line and go into insert mode at the same time. And I'll make my changes, and then I'll hit U to get rid of it. I can do R if I want to change net mask to bet mask, right? So I hit an R, and then R will allow me to change things to other things. You know, I can just keep doing R's all throughout the thing. And I can hit U to undo everything. Escape :Q, because I don't want to make those changes, right? There's a bunch of things you can do, right? But the point is, you're either in command mode, and by the way, then if you go into insert mode and you make a change, you hit escape to go back to command mode. So they kind of have this hierarchy right here. And I know that's hard to read. This isn't a great thing of it. That's probably a more clear. I zoom in on that. Let's see. Yeah, well, they make everything hard to read, but that's how you move through those, right? And that right there is like everything I think you need to know to get started in VI. And then if you're like Vim Tutor, you can always do Vim Tutor. Oh, well, of course not in there. And Vim Tutor will walk you through how to do a whole bunch of other stuff. I want to say there's like, how many tutors are there? How many labs are there? They're down to less than 7, but 7.3. I mean, there's literally, you know, I want to say like 30 plus different labs that'll kind of show you things. All right. So, oh, and then you know, we were VIing this file. Oh shit. Where the hell was I at? Was I VIing that file in here? Anyways, you can view a file where you'll say, hey, I explicitly want to open it in read-only mode. And then if you make changes to the file, it'll tell you, oh, no, you're making a change to a read-only file. And then you're like, oh, I want to do it anyways. And it'll say, you can't do that. And then you're like, but I want to do it because I'm root. And you can force it, right? So I don't know. Like, this is one of these things where it seems like it's super difficult. And I know that it seems easier for me because I've been doing it for a long time. But it's one of these things where if people spend a little time, and I do often recommend people to go do a Vim tutor, just go spend time in there, and you'll get it, and then you'll be able to do things pretty quick in there without ever having to jump out of the environment. So the question was, why is VI so hard for people? I don't know. I think VI is like a real barrier of entry for some people into Linux. They just shut down. They're just like, I can't do it. Saigama said, what is the best programming language or cloud Linux? That is a silly question. Python. Saigama, I like Python for all of my data science stuff and all of my systems administration stuff. So I do Python quite a bit because it's tied in with Ansible. I also think that Python can get you pretty far up in AWS as well. So a lot of, like, when I did my developer associate with AWS, I did a lot of my stuff in Python when I was practicing. So I think it's perfectly fine to do most things in Python. But Saigama, I'm also one of these guys where, like, I won't tie myself into any one tool. I probably know Python the most of, like, modern systems, but if you asked me to, like, do something right now, if you said, Scott, can you just put together something that does something, some script, and you needed it to do something pretty advanced, I would use Perl, because that's what I know the best, right? But Perl's not really, like, used as much anymore, so there's not a lot of support for it. So anyways, my point in saying all that is there's a lot of different tooling and stuff that you can do. You use not sudo vim. That's interesting. Never seen that. Yeah, I've never used that. The exclamation mark sudo vim. I don't even know what that is. If I don't want to lose edits, I save my place. I can write them to a sudo copy. Otherwise, you use editor vim sudo edit path to file. Be aware that with sudo edit, the edits will only be saved when you quit vim, because if I remember correctly, it writes to a temp file. Yeah. If you're using if you're doing like a sudo edit, I can see that only writing out to like a temp file. That's definitely, if you ever do your sudoers stuff where you're editing the sudoers file, it does write it out to a temp location too. All right, so anyways, that's people struggle a lot with Vim, and look, I get it. I mean, I get it probably more than most people, because I've literally helped thousands of people learn how to use VI. But it's just this is one of those things that I want to say separates people from people that want to do Linux from people that don't want to do Linux. And I've often just given this colloquial. There's no research behind this. This is just my 5,000 plus college students over the years. Not all of them were Linux students, but 5,000 college students in general. And I would say that of all my college students that I've taught Linux to, which is still in the thousands, I would say that only about 10% of them actually like Linux. And these are engineers. I'd say only about 10% of them actually like Linux. And then I'd say of those 10%, only about 10% of those are actually good at it. Now, I'm not trying to scare people off. I think that if you're here and if you're already doing this as a hobbyist, you're probably one of the 10% that already like doing it. And if you can get in and out of VI, you're probably one of the 10% of those that are okay with doing it. So there you go. Woosop. Perl's great, man. There's a lot of things that have worked well for me over the years, but I stopped using it a while back because there was me. So when I went to AAA in 2016, I was their tech lead for, well, first Linux engineering and then later platform engineering over the Linux and the Windows stuff. And me and one other guy did Perl, all the PERL. The other guys, sorry, I had to I had to tell my stupid thing over there. Yeah, me and one of the other guys were the only ones that did that. And then all the other people were like just juniors or just using Bash where they could. So me and it was this guy Jason, and he and I were like, all right, we won't do anything in Perl anymore. We'll just maintain the scripts that we have. And I said, okay, fair. And then he and I decided that we were going to start doing everything in Ansible. And well, actually, my brother was a big part of that decision too. My brother John, who's still over there at AAA, in fact. But we decided to do everything in Ansible, and then all of our junior engineers, we just trained them from the start in doing Ansible. And then now that whole company, the whole culture is do it in Ansible. All our dev teams, if they need something, they bring it to us in Ansible. We build it into our tower deployment, and well, it's Ansible automation platform now, and then like our different bridge teams and stuff like that can deploy things and maintain things for people through all Ansible automations everywhere. So it's kind of like one of these paradigm shift type things where you got to try to get everybody to it. But anyways, I think what somebody asked me about how I would do that, and that's how I'd do it. But this is the access to the home lab here for people that haven't been in here. The access to it you can find inside of Discord under the sandbox channel, and it tells you how to get in these boxes. So what I need to do is there's a couple things I need to do in the lab still then. So we got this lab disks box. I need to figure out how does this so Warewulf here is obviously pushing some type of security. And the reason I say that is because when I CD to home in this box, right? So df-h dot on home, and then I ls in here, I see the Scott user. So if I do an ID on Scott is some user on this box, but I don't know where the permissions for this are set. Like if I exit out of here and I do an ID on Scott, it looks like Warewulf is, because that's the user that I used on the server when I built this Rocky 9.4 box. Right? I'm saying things and then I'm proving them, right? Like I'm saying this is a Rocky 9.4 box that we built out to be our Warewulf server. There we go. I put Scott as the user. So Scott is user ID 1000, which is the first of the users created in Etsy Pass WD. I put the user in wheel. In lab disks, it has inherited wheel. So my user has inherited those permissions. But something that didn't seem to get copied. Let's try this real quick. Let's do a checksum on Etsy Shadow. We don't want to look at Etsy Shadow. We just want to checksum it. Then we're going to jump down into lab disks and let's do a checksum on our Etsy Shadow down here. It is not the same. The file is different. So let's grep Scott from Etsy Shadow, and I'm not in there. So what does that mean? It means that it kept my user down here, but it did not take any of like the permissions that I had. But it did keep my home directory, so that's good. What that means then, if let's go check this real quick. CD to home Scott dot .ssh, right? CD home Scott. All right. That makes sense because I'm root here, but there's a no squash on it. So if I do a mount, grep -I for home, you'll see that home is mounted, and you'll see you'll see a root squash here. Where's it at? It's not there, but it's just the default root squash. It would be no root squash if it wasn't, so the standard is root squash now. What that means is, even though I'm root on this box, I'm not root in I don't have root against a mounted file system, if that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. I don't have, I can't go into home Scott. But what that means is this. Watch, I'm going to exit out real quick. Let's exit out of this box. Let's exit out of Warewulf. When I jumped into Warewulf, I went in as the Scott user, right? So let's connect. We're jumping all the way out. And when I went in there, I had my keys. So I have keys from my root user to jump into Scott at Warewulf. So you're going to say, well, what does that matter, Scott? Well, watch this. If I know that user, let's jump out of here. If I know that machine, I should be able to go to Scott at 192.168.200.51 was the location of that box. I just happen to remember that. But that's where that server is. I should be able to jump into this via my keys. And obviously it'll ask you, do you trust this machine? We've never seen this before. And I say yes. And there we go. I'm in. So what does that mean? What that means is I can give key access from Warewulf. I could put your, let's say, your public keys. You give me your public keys. And then I can put that in and anybody can access the cluster. So the way keys work, right? You always want to keep your private key private. You never give anybody your private key. But your public key, you could go put that on a website, guys. And if somebody wants to take your public key and put it into their authorized devices and allow you to connect to their, or it's authorized keys, they want to put that in your authorized keys, you can do that, and then I can just connect to your stuff from my private key that I never give you, right? So that might sound kind of silly, but it's the same thing. Like any one of you, anyone, like if you just hopped in Discord and said, "Here's my public keys. Any of you guys that want me to connect and help you out, you could do that. That's completely secure. It's almost like you're just giving me a padlock that I can go put in my system if I want, and then you can open it when you're ready to come in. But there's no security considerations currently with giving public keys out to anybody. Public keys can be spread far and wide. So where I go with that is that's super cool that I can do this, because then I can give people access to this, and then really they just need their private key and they should be able to connect. So I can actually expose, I could have one of these nodes be a bastion to the whole cluster, and people can just connect in once they give me their public key. So that's kind of a cool little, yeah. And thanks for you guys that are doing the student, that just lets me know that people are pulling up a chair and working on learning stuff with me, because this stuff, this Warewulf tool is it may seem a little novelty right now, like I'm just messing around with something, but this is a very powerful tool in the enterprise for building stuff, and very soon in my home lab it's going to be a very powerful tool for me to give people access to jumping around into my clusters and stuff. So this is going to be cool. In fact, oh, by the way, let me show you guys this. This is another thing that we're talking about as we're talking about things that are, things are cool and that's fine, but things that are useful are better, right? So if I know that the keys work, which they do, I just proved it. My key from out here, my private key that I keep inside of root and can jump in as the Scott user to either the Warewulf cluster as a manager or down into any of the nodes. That's cool. But what if I come over here? Let's just sudo -i become root. Hopefully I know the password. Yeah, there we go. There we go. All right. Let me show you guys something cool. When I set up a node in Apache, or in Apache Guacamole here, let's say I wanted to make a new node. So connections here. I was just going to make a new connection for a node, right? And I want to connect to whatever user. Oh, Jesus. That is one of the most annoying things I think I've ever seen. All right. Anyway, so I can connect in, and one of the things I can do is as I... Oh, where's it? Yeah, my system here. SFTP. I don't need the SFTP part. Screen recording. Authentication right now is password, but I know I can set... Oh, protocol. I got to change the protocol to SSH. I was wondering what was going on there. The authentication, I can drop the private key in here. Nobody would ever be able to see it, but they would be able to use that private key to then go into this cluster, and it would connect to whatever the public key is on the cluster. So that's a useful little thing that I can do. So the authentication can be by username and private key, and then it would be able to give people access into our cluster here through this tool. So this is another thing that's super useful, I think, and has the ability to give people access, but without giving them, you have access to do things, but you don't have access to easily become higher level users and that kind of stuff. Yeah, Doc said the same as with email signed with a public key and encrypted. Yeah. You can prove that it is who sent it, and then only the person who should be able. So when you sign with a public key, like if I wanted to send Doc a email, I would download his public key. I would encrypt the email and sign it with his public key, right? I would use his public key, and then only he, with a cryptographically similar private key that nobody has, will be able to decrypt that message that I sent over to him. Alo Milo said, job market is really tough. I'm having a hard time shift from software engineering to Linux stuff. Yeah, Alo, I have, I definitely get that. Like, I have a lot of my college students that are network engineers, and some of them are software engineers, and some of them are in the security track, whatever they're doing with the college. And when they come through my classes, I just try to give them the same general idea, like, do as many positive differentiator things as you can. Get as many things as you can that are positive on your resume. You guys, I can pull up my... hold on real quick. I'll move this out of the way here real quick and go pull up. I'll pull up, if you guys want, I have my... here's my short generic resume. My short generic resume, I don't mind showing to you guys. It's it doesn't have my personal information on it, right? Like it's been switched out from being all my personal info, but this is like my little one-page resume, right? And I'm not being prescriptive here. I don't think people should do things this exact way. By the way, guys, if you're wondering why I just pulled up my resume, somebody mentioned, they said the job market's tough, like trying to get into Linux stuff. What I would tell you guys is get as many positive differentiators on your resume as you can, and then lead with what's good. If you have things that are more relevant to the industry, put them up top. Like if the best thing you've got, yeah, that's my phone number. Feel free to dial it, guys. So yeah. So this is my personal phone number, 8675309. Or you can sing that number if you want to. If your best thing is your education, move your education up top. If your best thing is your experience, move your experience up top. And now this is a one page, so only my most recent ones. And by the way, it's funny, this is not updated because this isn't my most recent job anymore. My most recent job has been I've been back on the high performance compute side. So down here I was doing government stuff, and then I'm back with Redline, which is this company, and I'm back. I've been working with them for a little over a year now again. But like, what have I done as a college professor? What have I done as a recent in the engineering space? And then one thing that I've been putting on the resume, even though I don't think it matters nearly as much for me, is all my industry certs. I get my certs more for fun than I don't want to say for fun, but I get the certs to show you guys that we can do it, right? I started doing these a few years ago just kind of for fun. A lot of these certs. And then some of these are free. The Gremlin Chaos Engineering, free cert to go take. Got to study for it, but it's free to take. Some of these other ones are relatively cheap to take too. But this is, so my idea of, if you're struggling to get into the job market, like work on things to kind of bolster your resume. Think about why a company wants to hire you. I've shown you guys this before. Hold on. Let me Control S this and save it. And let's see if I can find another open recent for Linux systems administration. Like why do people need systems administrators? Like, why are Linux systems engineers around? This is what companies need right here. This is what's happening all the time inside of the systems world. There's project work, and there's sysadmin stuff. There's this idea, this cycle here is called the PPDIOO. It comes from Cisco, right? I'm shamefully stealing a PPDIOO implementation idea from Cisco, but this is exactly how companies work. Most of the time when you come on early in your career, you want to be a Linux engineer. You're going to start as a sysadmin. You're going to be over here operating stuff. You're going to be keeping the lights on. You're going to be running the NOC or the security operations or the help desk. And the NOC and the SOC are 24-hour operations, so you might be working the third shift when you start. And that's hard. I'm not saying that's shit work. That's good work. Like, that's good, honest work. But you are probably spending a lot of that time late at night monitoring stuff and trying to, read for college and do whatever stuff you're doing to better yourself so that you can get out of those late night third shift roles, right? But this is sometimes where we start. I tell you guys, a lot of sysadmins start over here. We operate the system, and then what I tell you is, you want to move into designing and building things for the company, which is project work, which everybody thinks is the fun stuff, but it's still challenging, right? Like all the stuff I've been building out in my home lab, I do this stuff professionally, but like it's challenging. If you guys were around yesterday, you saw me trying to get that shit working for a long time, and then I had to go back up and reformulate how I did it, and I got it working last night, and I posted in the Discord, and then we were talking about this morning how I got it working, but it wasn't easy. It didn't just fall in my lap. It's not like one of those games where you just like go hack, and then the block breaks, like Microsoft or what's Microsoft's Minecraft, right? Minecraft, that's what it was. I know I should probably know that, but I never played Minecraft really. I've seen it played, but I've never played it. So, anyways, the point is you start out operating and you try to figure out at the end of the day, how do I convince a company that I'm the person that should be doing this? I should be the person at the helm. I'm the person responsible enough to run these things for the company, and that's kind of a thing. So then, if you're building out your resume and you've got nothing to put on here, that's fine. We just need to start getting things on there. So this is where, down in our Discord. And by the way, the sell for the Discord is easy. It doesn't cost anything. It's free. So you guys are welcome to hang out down there. But I've got one of these things like, if you want to go get certs for your resume, here's free certs right here. The only cost of this, I can't call it free. Nothing's completely free. But there is a opportunity cost of not going out and drinking all weekend and studying to get these certs, right? Like, and if you want to go drink, that's fine. I don't care. But I'm saying, like, there's an opportunity cost. You have to do this instead of some other thing. You could go and, I don't know, hang out at the park. You can go lift weights. You could do all kinds of things. But if you want to get into these careers in these fields, you might have to stop doing some of that stuff and do this. And immediately somebody's going to say, I'm never going to stop lifting weights. That's fine with me. I love lifting weights. I love lifting people. I do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, right? I do all kinds of throwing people around and stuff. But that being said, I can kind of balance my time, and it's a thing you got to work on, right? But anyways, here's free certs to kind of bolster the resume up. I have labs down here and projects for you guys to work on, and the projects will help you you go and just start downloading them and working through them. And it shows you how to, some of these things are really, I think they're very useful for showing somebody as like a standard, hey, I know how to do this thing, right? Here's the deep dive for monitoring and all that kind of stuff, and you go build monitoring. But you start to show people how you fit into the operating and the optimizing for their organization, and you get that stuff onto your resume. So, yeah, Alo Milo, this is what the group's for. The Professional Linux Users Group, the whole reason we exist is to take people from being hobbyists and make them professionals. That's the whole goal. Is Linux admin still the title job to target? I'd say Linux admin is a fine one to start with. We want to be called engineers eventually, right? I don't know if that's like a personal thing for me or some people, but like we want to build the systems and understand. I mean, the difference between admin and an engineer is we almost do the same jobs. I do a lot of admin stuff all the time in clusters. I turn nodes on, I power them up, I fix them, I troubleshoot them. That's all admin work, right? But the engineer knows why the things work, and they've built it, and they've went through the steps of planning and hacking away at the system to get it to work, and then documenting and making it repeatable and all these pieces. But then the difference between the admin and the engineer is like $90K a year. So it's like you also want to get that engineer title for that obvious benefit as well, right? But we've done this before on stream. We've pulled this stuff up where we've just went and looked at, like, I don't know, I always use like dice because Dice is, you know, a fine thing. And then I live in Glendale, Arizona, but Phoenix is close enough. And then we just do like Linux engineering, right? And it always pops up with, it's funny, it always pops up with the same job. I don't even think they're hiring for this job. Where's this one at? Not this one. There's one that's always at the top. I don't see it right now. Maybe they finally filled it after like 10 years. But anyways, there's a bunch of stuff here around Linux, right? And maybe you say I only work hybrid, or I only work on remote. Those are the only things I accept for my engineering. And then you say, okay, well, maybe Netflix. Maybe I don't want to do Netflix, or maybe you do, right? And you know, maybe that's something you want to do. So you go click on that, and you find out. But when we look at this, before I even go click on this Linux engineer here, this one's out of Virginia. VA-based client is looking for a Linux engineer, supports systems engineering lifecycle, including requirements analysis. That's all this stuff, the whole life cycle of servers, right? A server from the time it's set up and built and deployed all the way until it's end of life. And I can guarantee you, without even clicking on this, I've never been in this job, I can guarantee you that it says something about troubleshooting, and I can guarantee you that it says something about, well, probably security too. Let's go look. Let's go see what they want here. Conceptualize, build, maintain current and future client tools. Manage multiple assignments, changing priorities, and working independently. They want you to work independently. Work with other engineers to solve, team members and application owners to solve technical problems at the network system and application level. That's troubleshooting with more steps. Network security architecture reviews. So you need to understand how network security works. Placement of intrusion monitoring equipment during customer onboarding process. So we bring customers on. Look at this. This is troubleshooting, documentation, troubleshooting, configuring, but you know, you gotta know how to set that up. You gotta know how to do STIGs using DISA guidelines, right? Yeah. There's I mean, maintain Red Hat satellite, so that's some different technology that gives you some package management stuff. Develop solutions to complex technical issues. That's another way to say troubleshoot. Look at this. I mean, I'm not trying to knock this job. This is probably a really good job. But I'm saying this is the same stuff that every one of them asks for. So you need to know, and this is one of the things I talked about the other day when I talked through my like excelling in engineering after college, or you know, excelling in engineering for anybody. How do we keep doing the things that the companies want, so that they want to keep hiring us, or so that we can be a consultant, or so that we can do whatever the things are that we need to do. And you know, it's one of these things where where's it at? Hold on. See if I can find it here. Who knows who this guy is? Anybody know who this guy is? Who knows who this guy is right here? What is my purpose? You pass the butter. Oh my God! Yeah, welcome to the party. Or what is he telling me? Yeah. He's goes, oh my God, and he goes, yeah, welcome to the. I don't know. It's hilarious, but what's his last line on that one? Oh, welcome to the club, pal. That's what it is. Yeah. I love Rick and Morty. Not the newer ones, but the older ones I thought were really good. Anyways, the point is, look, I can throw this configuration stuff in here, and we could have access for people to connect into our lab environment, and I think that's awesome. And then when we're done, we just wipe the systems. You just sidetrack, and that's all I do. Wusa is jump off on different tangents. But to be fair, I wasn't even supposed to be on today, so you know, this is all just extra stuff. I'm just working in the lab environment a little bit. And then people were asking about building out some of the systems. Oh, and I updated the first 8 labs of Ansible as well to have like a little more of a story at the beginning, because all those labs just kind of dropped you in without any. They didn't really talk about anything. They just kind of dropped you in the system. So I kind of added some color commentary to those. So let's go back here. I need to think about yeah, Woosai stopped sidetracking me with the IT crowd. I thought the IT crowd was great, man. I think that's like required reading or required watching for IT. Um, Over on the YouTube side, Nikhil Shind asked, "How do you keep myself updated with the latest info?" Honestly, I just kind of keep looking at what's going on in the industry. I keep working on new tools and technologies. Like at work, I'm seeing multiple Warewulf clusters being built for big government projects that are out there. DPR, we have Discord. Let me do Discord for you guys real quick. Hold on. Discord over on the Twitch side is here, and then on the YouTube side, it's right here. And that's how you get access to our Discord. Discord has, you know, everything free on there. Here's all the certs. These are free certs that are out there for you guys to go mess around with and get. We've got a whole bunch of talks coming up in the next month from a bunch of different industry people. And you can come in and just talk to people and ask them about, you know, there's going to be question and answer sessions for each of them. But the guys are going to come in and talk about whatever topics they talk about. And then you can go from there and, you know, get into this stuff. We got a bunch of stuff in here. Look, like different people are working on certifications. Some people are going to take, like one of our guys is going to take his CompTIA Security Plus pretty soon. One of our guys just got certified in... what did he get? He passed the CKA, so that's good. So there's just, you know, people are in there encouraging each other. There's a lot of slapping each other on the back and feeling good because, you know, you got other people that are also interested. You know, you tell your in-laws or your family that you've just gotten some certificate, and they're like, "Oh yeah, hey, come help me find my pictures on my computer," and you're like, ugh. Or they're like, "Oh, I can't get to Netflix anymore. Can you come help me?" And you're like, ugh. Like, that's not what I do. but you know, to them, you're just a computer guy or whatever. So I don't know. I like having a group of other engineers. So the question was, how do we keep updated? And the way we keep updated is staying around other engineers and people talking about the same stuff. I can't tell you how many times people have asked me in the Discord about stuff that's like, "Hey, have you seen this?" And I'm like, "Oh, hell no, I haven't seen that. I didn't even know that was a thing." Look, I'll show you guys 3 things that most of you have probably never seen. Did you guys know... So this Warewulf tool that I'm showing you, did you know that Warewulf is built by the same company that does Rocky Linux? So if I go to CIQ, right, and I just go to CIQ, their products are, look at their products, Rocky Linux, Ascender, Aptainer, Warewulf, Fuzzball, and CIQ. So in this lab, we're using Rocky Linux and Warewulf. But there's also Aptainer that I've seen a lot of people use. So I might start looking into using Aptainer and maybe building some stuff. And then there's these other tools that I've never even heard of, but they're there, right? So you might not have known that Rocky Linux was owned by the foundation that CIQ started. It's all the same guy. You can go look him up. Some people don't like him. But they've got some stuff around helping you stay on CentOS if you want, so you can pay them for support, which is, by the way, a requirement for government projects. We have to have somebody to go give us support on stuff, so they're offering support on something that no longer has support other ways. So that's super interesting and useful. They got all kinds of stuff in here. But this is one thing. Another one is, did you guys know that Ubuntu has an HPC initiative that they just started last year? And they announced this back in 20th of July 2023. And they've got a new high-performance compute team. And you can go read about what are their goals. Hosting, advocating for the adoption of Ubuntu. Because Ubuntu has been accepted in U.S. government supercomputing. You can do this for federal projects now. That wasn't the case like 4 or 5 years ago. You could only do Red Hat or SLES. Right? Well, it's SLES is SUSE Linux Enterprise Service or server, right? Now they've got this, and then another one is I'd show you guys this. There's this other one from Linux Foundation. It's the HPSF.io. Did you guys know that the High Performance Software Foundation was launched just a couple months ago from underneath the, where's it at? It's a high performance software foundation, HPCF, from underneath the Linux Foundation, right? And here's their goals. These are what they want to do. Turnkey builds of high performance compute, which is basically what Warewulf does. So there's more and more stuff. Just get rid of snap from Ubuntu. All right, so sponsor events to grow and diverse skill set, skilled workforce for software for the HPC or HPSF, right? High performance software. Because HPC, which is high performance compute, has slowly, well, it's been getting more and more, like all these things that I've been working on for a long time are starting to become more and more common. Like companies are building their high performance compute clusters so that they can do big workloads of AI, which is, you know, large language models, and they can train things, and then they can run the models, and they can do all this stuff. And they talk about why now? Why did they decide to do this? Well, this is all the areas where this is very important for organizations. Okay. And most people go and white knuckle building a high performance compute cluster, and then they build, you know, they buy some professional services from a company like mine, you know, Redline, or some of these other companies that are out there. CIQ sells professional services, but you could be getting in there and getting some of these skills as well for free. Look at all these people that are sponsoring this stuff. Some of the colleges and stuff that are out there. Project SPAC. You guys, I mentioned SPAC earlier. Aptainer, that's by the CIQ, right? And different toolkits that are out there, right? You can sign up if you want, at least have your name on the roster, start getting yourself, you put on a resume. I'm a member of whatever, I attend their events. Boom. It's something to show that you're starting to do stuff, right? All right, but anyways, we can log out. There's our little Apache guacamole. I'll maybe make that like ProLUG one of these days here, but that'll be coming in the future. Who knows? All right. So how's Ranger doing? That dog. What else do we have to do here? So you guys asked about that, so showed that. Lab. You guys have actually both these connections are open right now for people that want to get access. And then somebody asked, I think, how do you get access? Getting access to the cluster is pretty straightforward. You just need to go find. There's a question inside of the not a question inside of the Discord. There's a location under Sandbox. Sandbox tells you how to get access. All right. Yeah. Let's go. We'll go do a Ranger treat. Where's Ranger at? Where'd Ranger go? We'll give Ranger a treat here. Let's go on we'll take a little break. So, you know, feel free to play with some of this stuff, work on some of this stuff. Let me Ranger break and Ranger treat. Go take a break real quick. All right, I'll be right back. I don't have any mod sleeve in charge, so I don't know. Wusa, you're in charge. Six Sigma guard dog. Man, Ranger is... Who knows what Ranger is? It's pretty alright, though. We love Ranger. Now he's going to lick his bed for 45 minutes. Alright. Yeah, the standard is for Ranger to... It's true. By the way, he's not a small dog. He's a pretty good sized animal. I know he kind of looks small sometimes on stream, but he's pretty big. When he was younger, he could be a fur missile if he wanted to. Yeah, and Cypher, if you're familiar with how big those beds are, those are the biggest versions of them. So, like, those are not small little beds. I can almost lay on those. Yeah, I'm definitely drinking a Monster right now. And I'm not on stream because I just didn't want to move my green screen, and it just kind of looks like crap. So, if you guys want to see what I look like, it's this right here. I'm just a guy who shows people how to do Linux for fun. That's me right there. Yeah, Ranger's a big old thing. Although, like, as he's gotten older, like, he's not like, his shoulders aren't as broad as they kind of used to be and stuff, and he's you know, you can tell he's like thinning out as he gets older. Come on, Ranger, you're embarrassing yourself. Hey, he's all right. He also will, you see the glass on the fireplace? He can look in the glass on the fireplace and see people walk around behind him. So he does that. And it's funny because, like, we know he's doing it. And he knows he's doing it. But I don't know if he knows that he... Like, I don't know if he knows that we know that he's doing it. So, like, he'll, like, be, like, sneakily looking at us in the glass as we're in the room, me and the wife. But it's like, no, Ranger, like, we can see you looking at us. I was trying to get every last crumb of his treat. Because he wants everybody to think that I don't feed him. Oh, you old Ranger dog. And he's gone. Good old Ranger. If you guys are wondering, I'm munching on Cheetos right now. Alright, my timer's up. My break's over. I'm still eating my last 4 little Cheetos real quick. The Puffs ones. These are Puffs. They're whatever the wife left me when she went to her little thing. She'll be back here in a couple hours, though. I think she'll be... Oh, maybe about 4 hours she'll be back. Alright. So. This is kind of the current layout of the home lab. Here, I have this is currently busted, so I'm going to move it. Actually, I'm just going to draw some of this up while we're here. It's actually, no, hold on, get him. Make the werewolf box a little bigger here. It's the werewolf cluster. And then it's got NFS inside of it. And those shares sorry guys, I'm trying to do this with only one hand. Because the other hand's got cheese all over it. I know, I should be more responsible, but the NFS shares in my environment that we know of are home and home. That should be an E, and opt. Home and opt are our NFS shares, and those then mount to all the devices as well. And that's part of the werewolf cluster, right? So that's something that's... Nikhil said, I like low-level learning and machine learning, deep learning, but not sure which career to pursue. Well, let me offer this advice. If I'm in the advice offering move. I would advise this in some ways. If you guys have never heard of Akagi, and again, I try not to give too much advice like this because that's not really my, that my focus is more like get you on engineering. But because the question was, or the discussion was about, which career to pursue and you like different things, this is kind of a way to look at life. It's not the only way. It might not even be the best way. But it is a way. So if you have no way of looking at things, or let's say you have no measure of how you want to pursue something, then this is a way to do it. There's a guy named Lewis Carroll. Does anybody here know who Lewis Carroll was? You can Google him if you want. He is very famous for Alice in Wonderland. Yep. Through the Looking Glass, right? And he wrote a character who most of us loved, the Cheshire Cat. And Alice very famously... Did he do the chocolate stuff? I didn't know that. I guess I never really dug into that. But if he did the Charlie, I don't know who did Charlie and Chocolate Factory, but for sure he did Alice. But Lewis Carroll wrote Charlie and the Chocolate. Yeah. I didn't realize he did that. I guess I only know him. I only know him from the Alice stuff. But he wrote this character, the Cheshire Cat, and Alice asked the Cheshire Cat which way she should go. And he famously said, where do you want to go? And she goes, well, I don't know. And he goes, then any road will take you there. And it's something I've told my college students for a long time. And I tell all my junior engineers, like, if you don't know where you want to go, I mean, then it's shit, any road will get you there. But like, let's say, Nikhil, maybe you want to get into deep learning and machine learning. That's your thing. That's not something I do. So I might not be the best one to ask about it. But what I can tell you for sure is there are tools out there to learn that. There are labs out there to learn that stuff. We even have a guy, one of our guys, fishermen, who went. Oh, Road Doll was the Charlie and Chocolate Factory. Nice. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know. I just know Alice from Lewis Carroll. But the Ikagi here is a way to look at this. And when we're talking about, like, what do you love? What are you good at? Well, that's good, but we still got to feed ourselves, right? And what the world needs tends to be what drives these other things, right? Like, people need engineering to solve real world problems. This is something I talk about, and I'm going to talk about in that talk in a month when I go and talk about why engineering. Like, why do people need engineers? Why do companies need engineers? Nobody runs 1,000 Linux servers just to say that they're running 1,000 Linux servers. Nobody does that. Nobody clicks a button and says our company has achieved this level of growth. We now run 1,000 Linux servers just to do it. No, they run 1,000 Linux servers to manage storage for workflows of business and financial and all these other things. And yeah, we're the people, typically, like me as the engineer. I'm down here, right? I'm at a command line like this all the time. So I barely pick my head up and look at what the company is doing with the stuff, but I know that they need systems up. I know they need uptime, right? For me, a big driver is uptime, working systems, meeting requirements, making my dev teams happy. Remember I told you guys, like, 200 dev teams? I have less dev teams now, but the less dev teams I have are more demanding. So anyways, Ikagi is a way to look at things and determine what you want to do. Another one, so Nikhil said you like these things, but you don't know necessarily what you want to do. Let me show you guys something here. Some of you guys might not have been around for this. This is all up in the Discord. But we have... shoot, I got all kinds of labs, but hold on. Let's go back here. Give me a second here. Where's the Linux group? There it is. All right. Here's our Linux group, right? All kinds of BS going on in here. But then our presentations. And again, for some of you might go, Scott's pulling this up again. Guys, I don't really have much else for you, as far as, like, useful things. Like, my useful things are the same things over and over again. Where's the self-assessment? Right here. So, for some of you that want to figure out what you want to do, right? Because somebody just mentioned they want to kind of figure out what they want to do better. You can do a self-assessment. Now, if you've never done a self-assessment, maybe you need to, I don't know, maybe you need to make one of these for yourself, or you can use this one. This one's up in the Discord. But it's a self-assessment matrix, and what it does is it takes this general methodology and it helps you to distill down what you want to do and what you're good at doing. And hopefully it finds a coincidence between some of those things, and then maybe that's where you want to go spend your time. This one here, though, I don't have, like, machine learning and deep learning stuff in there. But, so to answer your question, Nikhil, I don't know exactly what you want to do, but this is a way that can help you, okay? So purpose is a self-assessment to determine your skills and skill gaps and align skills and your interests. That's what we're trying to do. Questions are around technical skills and technical interests to help align those, and then business skills and business interests. But again, you could skip those if you want. I don't care. This could be, you can do whatever you want with this. Team needs, so out of scope will be, this was part of a team thing that I had written up for a manager to help her assess how her team was doing and give them a methodology to use. So here's a methodology that I use. You're going to apply and find out objectively what skills and interests you have. If your skills and interests align, then you need to keep working in that space. If your skills are high in, like, database, but your interest is low in database, who cares? Don't do database. Or if your skills are very low in database, like me, and my interests are very low in database, who cares? Don't spend time in that. Also, apparently my alerts are broken. RNX, hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Thanks for the follow. Anyway, so there's this, and then control is the same questions asked to everybody. And this is how you can do an assessment. How do you think you are at Linux, storage, security, network? You could change any of these out and fix any of these for what you're interested in, and give yourself an honest thing. Are you actually good at something, or do you just think you're good and you really need to be down around like 4 or something? This is on you, right? You have to assess yourself. And if you assess yourself that you're 100 across the board, I have nothing to help you with. Nothing. I can't help you. You're better than me. I don't assess myself at a 10 on any of this, right? But here's where if you start to fill this out and you're trying to be honest and you're down here in the mediums and maybe you got a couple, maybe you're high on automation because you like automation, then you come down here and you go, well, what am I actually interested in? And you see, after you score both of these, where they align between the skill and the interest. Where are the things the same? I'm good at networking, but I hate networking. That's actually literally me, guys. I got my CCNA 22 years ago, and I did networking for like 3 years, and I just looked around one day and I was like, I don't love this. And I stopped doing it, guys. I stopped doing networking. Can I do networking? Do I teach like Cisco still? Yeah, but I don't love it. That's all there is to it. I don't love it. So that's not something you'll never see me put in for like a senior networking position. If I had to do networking all day, I can't say I'd off myself or anything, but it would be bad. I would not be happy, right? I know I wouldn't be happy. I've done it for years. I even did it, guys. And I was the wireless guy and I was the firewall guy. Arguably, what people think would be the two coolest things. Like that's what everybody thinks they want to do is firewall some wireless for the whole big school district, 36 WAN locations and all this. And I was just not happy doing it. I didn't love it, so I didn't want to do that. But anyways, my point is, my stuff aside, this is for you guys to go look at. And then look, here's some business stuff, some business self-assessment, some skills that are valuable in an industry. Understanding how you do your time management, and do you like talking to other people? Can you talk in meetings? Can you manage others? Can you delegate tasks? Do you understand how to follow up on things every day? That's all management. Budget financials. Maybe you don't want to do that. I don't want to do people's budgets and financials. It's no interest to me. Vendor interactions. Maybe you like sending tickets over to vendors and talking with vendors and getting the white papers and reading through those, and RTFM, right? Read the field manual. That's a whole skill. Vendor interactions is a skill. And for you that have been in the industry, you know it's like there's a lot of skill there. Anyway, so these are the things that you go and you take your assessment of yourself, right? And you spend some time with this, and then you keep it for yourself to look at later and say, am I really working to get better at these things that I want to? And you do this once a year. If you struggle, then you need to get on some kind of path, and this is a way to do it. Then you come in and you do a SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis, most of you probably are like, oh man, that's a business thing. That's for some department of marketing over at Lockheed Martin or something. No, this is for you to do for yourself. SWOT analysis are your strengths, your weaknesses, your opportunities, and your threats. The first two are always internal. Strengths and weaknesses are you. Strength, I love telling the truth. Weakness, I can't stop telling the truth, right? You guys ever seen that meme that's like, what's your greatest weakness? Telling the truth. We don't think that's a weakness. I don't give a fuck what you think. There's a whole meme on that, right? Anyways, but that'll get you in trouble. Don't talk like that, right? And if the wife was here, she wouldn't let me talk like that either. But anyways, strengths and weaknesses, right? Things you do well in, how you excel, how do you like to learn? Those are your strengths. If you know how you learn, you've got a cut ahead of most people. Most people have no idea how they learn. Most people just sit around and watch TV, I think. But do you know how you learn? Do you like watching videos? Do you need to do a Pomodoro timer, and maybe you enjoy reading while you listen to music, like instrumental music with no words? Like, there's all kinds of things. Did I just break my closed captioning? Thanks, PowerPoint. Thanks for being a jerk. It's probably because I was swearing. Oh, nice. Yeah. You're Nick Hill from YouTube. Yeah. So this is up in the Discord, but what's external is generally outside of your control. Internal is generally within your control. Look, you can't control if you have concentration issues, and generally you can't. There's some things I think you can do. You can put your phone down and read more, and you can help your concentration by avoiding certain things, maybe taking walks and getting into hiking, those kind of things. But generally, there's things that are, strengths and weaknesses that you can't control. Then externally, there's generally things that you can't control around opportunities and threats. But I'll tell you, when I say generally speaking, you can still affect your opportunities. You know, you could be ready when you see that really cool job pop up. You could already have a good resume set up, and you could already have been studying things. So you're making that opportunity a little closer to real for you because you were ready. So, opportunities and threats can be mitigated and can be somewhat controlled. So again, within your control with an asterisk, outside your control with an asterisk, because everything's generally speaking, right? Then we come down here and you start to put it together. Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. And then I think I didn't make one, but I had one for the other one. Like strengths were, I don't know, I can watch YouTube videos all day while I do other things. That's a strength because that helped me when I was getting all my AWS certs, right? Because I could just watch reInvent videos all the time. I can watch them on 2 speed, right? Well, like 1.75 is typically what I watch. Weaknesses, oh man, I have concentration issues. I jump around like squirrel all day. But that helps me in the engineering world because I know ways to mitigate that. Some of you guys, I don't know, some of you guys might not have seen this, but like, let's see if I could, I don't know if I turned my camera on how this would look right now. Hold on. Let me see. Can you guys see that? I can't really see it because of my filters, but don't worry about it. But I keep a notebook. And some of you probably think, oh, Scott keeps a physical notebook. Yes, I absolutely keep a physical notebook. I'm going to be taking it with me to the facility the next 2 days. And tasks that I have to do, I write in my notebook, and then I put a little circle to the left of them. It's part of how I do my notes. My notes, so I'll say, it'll be something like this. Whoops. Hold on. I can't do it. On the, well, yeah, I can. Hold on. Let me pull up my Epic pen. Let me get my Epic pen out. Hold on. For you guys that haven't, there's so many ways to do things, but you got to figure out what way works well for you. Here's Epic Pen if you've never seen this guy. And I can pop it up, and then I can grab my stylus here, and I can draw. So I'll do stuff like this. I'll be like, work on, so like build new container Warewulf. Right? This is this Warewulf tool we've been using. And over here, I'll put a little circle like this next to it. So all down my page, I'll have stuff like that I'm working on and tasks that I pick up as people pull me into meetings and stuff. And it'll be like, network fix for, fix for ETH 0 on, some nodes, right? And I do this and then I put little circles. And then when I'm done, I just go like this down my notebook. So I know when I finish things in my notebook. Then some of you guys know that I keep notes all the time in my systems of exact terminal things that I'm doing. I always have, oops, hold on. Go back to here. I always have my notes like this of what I'm working on. So this is, look, we were working yesterday we were getting this Slurm stuff up. And hold on, let me fix that. I will keep what I was building, install the Slurm database, set up the database. Here's the command, set up the database, set up the Slurm database config. And now when I go to build this lab again, I'm going to pull up these notes. I'm going to zipper through these things real quick and redline. Redlining means as a tester or as an engineer, it means making sure these things are good and redlining any broken procedures that don't work exactly the way they're supposed to and in the exact order that they're supposed to. So when I go and I build this again, I'll zipper through these real quick and it'll either work or it won't, and I'll fix the things, and then I'll just come down here and keep doing this. But this is still my raw notes. Once my raw notes are done, then they get worked over into something like this, where then when I'm going to present something, it looks like this. This is actually a presentation I've been putting together right here for some of you guys that are, you know that I've got a CISSP and a CCSP, and I'm very involved with, yeah, Wusa, you can post a video about SWAT. Yeah, sure. You can, if you put it in Discord, I can pull it up, but I can't watch YouTube videos. Like, there's this weird thing. If you watch YouTube videos in a video, it'll demonetize. It's weird. I don't care about the money side of it, but what'll happen is it'll do this thing where it like makes you edit that part of the video out. Hold on, Musa. I think I can give you like a few seconds. I don't know. You might have to go put it over. It didn't link. It didn't come up right. Musa. You might have to. Wonderful. You might have to put it down in the Discord, Wusa. I wish Robodom was around, because if Robodom was around, he could give you. He's got a way to give you like mod access for like a minute where you can post stuff. There we go. Yeah. If you drop it in Discord, just let me know. I'll pull it up. But again, I can't. Oh no, somebody's resigning. That's not good. But there's stuff, guys, down in the. But anyways, look, this is where my notes look like when they're done. So, you know, then we're understanding security concepts. We're talking about confidentiality, availability, how we look at availability with uptime and stuff, and then security principles around things. This is a presentation I'm putting together. Just put it in the general Wusa. That's fine. And then then I have like things that I gotta keep updating all these. I've got so much stuff to add. But for people, by the way, that's one of the free certs. The Certified in Cybersecurity is free right now. The first 500,000 of those are free. There's got to be some amount of those that are already done, but those are available. Anyways, I don't even know what I was showing you guys anymore. Self-assessment, yeah, self-assessment matrix. You guys should understand how to do a self-assessment if you struggle. And yeah, all right, you get that out of the way. Let me make this bigger so that I can see it. And I'll start putting stuff in front of it again. You guys have been around for most of these talks. We've talked through all this different stuff. All right. What else? Oh, you're enrolling for it right now, Last Chain? Well, good. Yeah, if you want to be around when we talk about it. After I get this finished and do the talk on it, I will also post this up in the Discord. And there'll be links and stuff in it as well. Hold on, let me pull up that in the Discord. SWAT.
Wayne doesn't die, but he is horribly incapacitated, and then while he's in the hospital, he gets a flesh-eating virus, and then he dies.
Well, obviously, his incessant suffering will be a strength.
But our ability to enjoy it is an opportunity.
What if before he dies, Gina catches the virus, and then she spreads it from her vagina to your penis?
Oh my gosh.
Wait, so in this scenario, I get to have sex with Gina? That's an opportunity. Okay, how about this?
Not listening.
We let Blaine die, but then he's not around to stop someone else from committing some huge fucked up act of evil.
Oh, I don't care. I don't care about the swearing.
Hey guys, you guys busy? Cool.
Are you busy?
I got something I gotta say. Listen, I know that I was really rude to both of you yesterday.
Let Blaine die is right at the top.
I got a stunt coming up. I'm a bundle of nerves, and sometimes I can take that out on other people. Even with all the support that I get from Gina and our kids, I don't know why. But, and then again, I'm a guy who needs to risk his life jumping over stuff, so what's that all about? You know, actually just an hour ago, I spotted an error in my math. Would have me smeared across the side of that building. Anyway, I'm just totally rambling. Typical Blaine. What I wanted to say was that I'm sorry. You cool?
Yeah, we're cool. Guess it's not back.
Yeah, you should go quickly, because we have work to do.
Oh my god.
Yes, it is. What is that? Let Blaine die. Oh, shit. We write in code. We write in code. This is conceptual. Blaine's last moment is realizing face is gone. This is Blaine dies super fast.
Yeah, you really shouldn't be looking at that because It's all proprietary.
Opportunities. Fuck Gina.
Would you believe that was here when we came in?
All right, yeah. Very inappropriate. But anyways, that's that's terrible. Yeah, I haven't kept up on that show, Silicon Valley, but that used to be really funny. I don't know. I don't think they're still making it, but that was a pretty funny show when it was out. All right, what are we doing? So we've got. Let's get this out of the way here. What else do I got going on here today? In the lab. It ended a while ago. Okay, it's wrapped up. Good. I just remember, I watched the first like 3 seasons and had a pretty good time with it. So, I think I should make the wife watch it because she is. I think I've told you guys she's in IT as well. My wife, she's in help desk, and she's been doing help desk for like 21, 22 years now. So she's been help desk forever, and that's all she wants to do. She's going to retire from the school district, but that's her thing, is just working on help desk. Not trying to. She doesn't want to move up. She doesn't want to be a manager. She just wants to hang out there until it's time to retire. So, all right. What else? What else do we got to do? We could keep building out the nodes. We added opt. So what we added today, well, since the stream started, was as we jump into one of these nodes. See, like this, it. Hold on a second. Why does that? Hold on. So once I'm root as Warewulf, I should be able. Hold on. Lab disks. This is not. Hold on, something's wrong. So, what is wrong, and why are we? These should just jump over the key. Oh, sudo doesn't even work on that. Oh, that's a really lean image, guys. I don't even have sudo on there. Let's see. Home is mounted. Home is just there. Root is there, and it's just owned by root. That's weird that anybody else would be able to go in there. Because see how that's read and execute? Nobody should be able to do that on a root. That's weird. But once I'm the root user, then I should just be able to jump into that box without a password. So I'm not sure what's changed, why the system would need a password. This is definitely not what we expect here. So let's do one thing real quick. One of the nice things about this box is it is simply we can reset it here. Now let's see if when we reset it, I want to see if something else happened to it, because I should be able to get in with no problem. That's weird. Alright, we'll ping it until it comes back up. Hope you're well. Yeah, Harvest, I'm doing pretty good. We're just hanging out today. I don't normally stream on Saturdays, but the wife's gone until about 2, so I got a couple hours left. And I'm just kind of hanging out, building more of the lab out. We got the system to boot eventually for one disk, one node. And then as soon as this node is in the kind of way that we want it, we're going to push the container image to more boxes. We're going to bring more servers up over here, and then we'll connect to those servers via our external little environment called what's that called, Guacamole, and people will be able to get into them and all that stuff. So that'll be a thing. But other than that, yeah, I'm just kind of hanging out, not working too hard. Not really doing too much, just chilling. But yeah, I do hope everybody's got a good. Hopefully, everybody's still got their fingers, right? Like 4th of July in America, there's a fair amount of people that probably don't have all their fingers anymore after that. Hopefully, it's none of my IT guys. So there's the ping coming back, and pretty quickly, after ping starts coming back, I should be able to SSH in. Now, it's asking for a password again, so there's something wrong with this. So, let's go in exec. Let's go look at the container that we built. We'll go into the container. So I'm the root user here. So I'm going to do passwd and change the password for root. Right? So that's good. Now I'm going to leave, and it should rebuild the container with that root password. And then let's see if, when that's done, we'll rebuild the overlay for that one system. We'll reboot that system. It'll pull the new overlay, and then hopefully then we're able to get in. Now, the keys should be there. The reason these keys are not there is strange to me. This is not the way that should kind of have happened, but let this thing build. Where's our overlay? There's our overlay. We're going to rebuild it, and then we're going to reset this node again. Force a reboot, let it rebuild, come back up. We can ping it if we want to watch it, or we can just watch it at the console. Either way works. Doesn't really matter all that much. They both do the same basic thing. Uh-oh. Wife wants to call. Okay, box back up. Again, we should just be able to SSH in. Oh, there we go. Now we don't need the damn password. Damn it. See, we shouldn't have needed a password anyways. But there we go. Now we're back in it without passwords again, which is silliness that should have changed. But while we're on here, df-h, we see our boxes. Let's go to root and then cd to .ssh and then ls-lh in here. And there's our authorized keys. So if we do a more on authorized keys, we'll see that there's a Warewulf cluster key. Yeah, see, that should have been there the whole time. That should have been able to be accessed. And then if you say, well, what does this map to, either of these keys, these RSA keys? if I go on the cluster to root.ssh, there should be public keys, and I can show you the public, right? You should never show people the private, but the public key, whoops, should map to one of those two. So here's the Warewulf cluster key. It's part of the authorized keys. That should be there. So I wonder if just something was wrong with the overlay and it just wasn't getting that key. But that's definitely the same key. Typically when you look at keys, you just look at the first. So like B3NZA, B3NZA, right here. And then you look at the end, 8, you know, J8, KK, JK, and then that's the same right here. J8, KK, JK. So there's typically, as long as you have at the front and the end, there's very little chance of collisions of things in between. So typically when you look at keys very quickly, you can do that. There's another way to do it. You can throw these. So the other way to do it would be to throw them into a file and just do a unique. And you would get, if they were the same exact thing, unique would only come out with one line. That's another way to test if you ever needed to. You know, just throw this in a file and throw that in a file and then just hit them with a unique, and that'll check for you. All right. So, anyways, we're back in business as far as we can get in the box. All right. Again, why that wasn't able to get in for that, you know, those two boots? Who knows? It's like the overlay was not taking something because everything else was mounted. So, what we can do then. Let's see if there's any. Let's go back over here to the docs. Now let's see if there's any. There's some cluster stuff. There's some container management. Let's see if there's anything around. There's no provisioning security. Let's see if there's anything around users. User guide. Now this is for users. I want to know about setting up users. Know how to do all that stuff. We're fine on that. This is the same thing we were just looking at. But hold on. That's fine. I mean, I guess we can just keep it as it is, but if you're ever wondering too, if you're like, oh man, what happened, you can always do your VVV and you can see which keys were used. So I can come up here and I can figure out how the keys were actually sent, which one was actually picked. We can come in here and it's looking for the keys, it's looking for them, but here's where it's actually going to push and actually say we're accepting this key. We'll attempt this key. It's going to say which one it accepted. Offering this public key, server accepted that key. So I've got a cluster key in my user here. So just by virtue of me having a user, it built me a cluster key. So that's cool. I wonder if, I'm actually curious, if I... So here's the thing for us to practice. Here's the thing for us to check, right? So we'll sudo up, and become the root user, right? And we'll make a user here. So the user will be user add -m for now, just so we know that it's going to do it. And the user that we're going to add will be called lab access, or let's call it lab user. So lab user, everybody's clear on who it is. And then now if I do a ls-l h on home, we'll see lab user. If I cd to lab, home, lab user, I shouldn't have a .ssh in there. Nope. Okay. There's no .ssh in here yet. But if we restart Warewulf, I'm just curious about this. Oh, Warewulf D. So restart the service. And then we check. Still doesn't have it, so that's fine. I wonder how... so we got to do a configure all to get the hosts, and SSH makes the appropriate keys. Yeah, it doesn't say it's going to do anything there. It does create the general keys here, though. So there we go. When we become the lab user, there is a profile D SSH setup that runs. So now, as this user, there's the cluster setup. So now this user, of just lab user, should be able to SSH into lab, what was it? Disk something. That was the name of my server. Lab. Disks 01. But that's not pushed automatically. So, hold on. Let's go back out then. I'll restart and push that stuff. And then I'll go back to the lab user. Try to push over there. Still asking for my... okay, hold on. This is probably this. Let's rebuild his overlay. I suspect that we have to rebuild his overlay now with the new services and then restart the machine. So in the cluster, we may have to restart things now and then to be able to pull in changes that are happening over there. Hey, Gruen, how's it going? Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Thanks for the follow. We're not working super hard today. We're just kind of hanging out. Well, you'll find out that it's a theme with me to not work super hard. But we're going to let that box boot. It's going to re-pull its container. We rebuilt the overlay. Let's see if it has the keys for that now. Because that cluster stuff, that lab user should now have those keys pushed into the overlay. What tool do I use for captions? That is PowerPoint. That's a PowerPoint in the background. It won't let me swear, which is funny because I can say, again, I show this sometimes. I can say God, and I can say damn, but I cannot say those two words together. It will not work. But anyways, so yeah, it works pretty well. It's just PowerPoint in the background, and then I've just got captioning on. It's all being fed through Azure, so Microsoft's tracking everything. But obviously, since everything's going on Twitch and YouTube anyways, I really don't care. But yeah, that's the cloud there for you. And you might say, how do you know it's going to the cloud? Because I've had network problems here while we streamed, and that stops working and has to reconnect before it works. So yeah, that's just PowerPoint. Yeah, I get asked that every now and then. But yeah, just throw PowerPoint behind your normal stream, right here, and then this is just a ISC squared talk that I have that I'm still building about certified in cybersecurity, which is their entry-level certification for getting into like cybersecurity and stuff. And since I have some of their higher level certs, I feel pretty confident to talk about this one and how it works. So all right, let's get this. Let's pull this up. Let's go back here. let's see if, as that user, we can SSH into the machine now. We can. All right, so that's kind of like a little bit of an order of operations in our cluster. If we're over here in our cluster, those are Ansible stuff. Here's our Warewulf when we were doing this. So updating user keys is create user, log in as user to generate the key, and that's from Etsy profile.d, setup, whatever that setup is. We can go look at that file if we want. I think it's cluster like setup.sh or something. And then rebuild overlay, reset cluster machine, or reset lab machine, and then log in from user. So those are kind of like my high level notes. Let's go look at that, where that's set up real quick. So we'll jump out of there. Now we're back as root. It's under Etsy profile.d that it's set up, and it was this, what was it called? It's SSH setup.sh. So in my environment, I'm not using C shell, so I'm using SSH. So this is how it sets up. It goes and it finds if the user ID is greater than 500, which that's funny. That's an older standard. It's 1,000 now for your, but greater than or equal to 500, which is the older standard. So that means it supports backwards compatibility to some older Linux boxes. And it's different than that. Then it'll go and it'll make that cluster, and then it'll copy it across the environment. So that's awesome. So it'll do that. I like that, and then it gets it ready to push it as the overlay gets pulled. So that is how it was making that. That's pretty good. This is a good little setup to build the key, but you got to remember to log in as the user first. So now check this out. We've got the ability to add users here and then allow people to connect through from that user and whatever users that we want, all the way through from the outside. That tool that we're using called Apache Guacamole. We can come all the way from the outside here. Where's he at? What the hell? Yeah. So for anybody that comes in from all the way from the outside, you could come in, and then I could give you access all the way through to one of these boxes now. So that's good. Does massiveness define a slithering honesty? Oh. I don't know if I could say all of those words. But I wonder if it would. I wonder if it would come through. I'll give it a shot. Emo. Does massiveness define a slithering honesty or a globular follicle? Does it to maximal granulomatous felines, let alone the I don't know what that is. Deglutition, I don't know. Manipulates the angular shivering. Not to be worried. One cannot define any metastatic momentum. Isn't it precious? Yeah, I got tongue-tied in there a little bit. It's actually funny. Me and the wife will sometimes read. We got a bunch of nieces and nephews, and we'll sometimes read them The Fox and Socks. I don't know if you guys have ever tried to read that, even as an adult, but that is very difficult to read out loud. Like sight read that book. Even if you know it, even if you're familiar with it, it's very much a tongue twister. So, the beetle battles puddle. Yeah. Oh no, that's terrible. Yeah. I can't do that. I'm pretty good. I'm just working on Linux stuff today. We're not working too hard. And the wife texted me a little while ago. She's coming home in a little bit. And then she said, do we want Boros? All right. Lots of stuff going on. All right. Wusa, you asked for a Ranger check. Here's Ranger. He was over here earlier. Now he's over here. And he's just chilling. It's, yeah, we all do Linux here, Emo. Yep, they all do Linux. Hold on, let me see what's the temperature in Phoenix right now. Well, I'm in Glendale, but it's all Phoenix. It is, it says it's 101 right now. It broke the record yesterday at 118. It was 116 back in 83 was the record. 1983. So 118 was the record. 116 was the record, and we broke that. Today, Ranger is, you know, obviously sitting downstairs at 73 degrees, and he's very nice. All right. So there's Ranger. He's doing his stuff. We're monitoring him through a webcam that's being passed through as iframes to Grafana, and then we use Grafana to monitor different stuff. Whoa, my lab is busted. What's going on here, lab? You're embarrassing me. There we go. All right, and then logs and stuff. We can see what's going on in the home lab. These are all the users in the last 6 hours that have tried to get into my system. Oh wow, this is a really busy Saturday. Lots of people trying to come in as root, but the thing is you can't come in as root. Root is automatically stopped from coming into our environment. And then I've got all their IP addresses of people trying to come in and that kind of good stuff. Right? And sometimes I map those out, but I'm not doing that right now. That may be a thing in the future. One of the things I'll do is I'll start mapping all the good and bad connections into the environment. Maybe I'll only do bad ones, because I know people get weird if they see their IP address online. So, but yeah, we can track all the failed attempts into the environment, all that kind of stuff. We can see all the dungeon access. People have access to our dungeon environment through the Discord. You guys can go figure out how to get in there. You just go to the Discord and you jump into the sandbox, and the sandbox tells you how to get in there. So, by the way, I haven't posted the Discord in a while, so let me do that, because normally I try to do that if I have my mods around. I try to do it every few hours or so. I haven't done it in a while. Get in there, look around, hang out with other engineers talking about the same stuff that you guys want to do and want to get into and all that good stuff. We're going to set up Proxmox. That's going to be one of the next things that we do in this environment. So let's sorry, Proxmox. Did I say Proxmox? Jesus Christ. I don't run Proxmox. Everybody else runs Proxmox. I'm running XCPNG. For us, no, the next thing we need to do, we're going to set up Node Exporter. So let's get Node Exporter started up as a service in our environment. Let's make sure that our Prometheus instance is scraping it. So let's go do that real quick. Let's jump over here and clear this up. SSH over to Prometheus. Actually, let's do this. Let's before we go jumping over anywhere, cd to root, streamer, code examples, streams, code examples, Linux, cd to roles, node exporter, tasks. I'm down here now. Here's my tasks, and then my files that I need for running Node Exporter and Node Exporter service in my environment, right? These are the kind of things that kind of need to be there. And we're going to push these over to the Warewulf server in opt. We are going to start the Node Exporter service on the primary Warewulf server, so that'll be set up. And then we'll also set the clustered nodes that are going to be built from it to go ahead and start themselves. And I think that'll be a good little kind of exercise for us to do here in our profile. Also, I think I'm going to copy that profile, so I'm not working on the bare just the base Rocky one anymore. I'll call it like a lab node, and I'll start to work on it that way. So let's come pop over here, and before we go, yeah. So before we do anything else, wwctl. And what is it? It's let's just do this. History, crypt-i, wwctl, whole bunch of them, right? And so it's containers. So I can list my containers that are there. I got a Rocky 8 and a Rocky 9. And I've been doing all this stuff on the Rocky 9 list, on the Rocky 9 one directly. So we added to that one Ansible, and we added to that one some other things, but maybe that's not how we want to do things. Maybe for the purposes of keeping like the base system clean, we want that Rocky Linux 9 to stay as it is. Let's do a container copy. And we're going to take the Rocky Linux 9, and we're going to copy that to, let's just call it like Rocky Linux 9-lab. And let's just call this, yeah, we'll call it lab for now. That's fine. So we're going to copy everything over there. We're going to set that as the container for the new system. By the way, the other things we put into the Rocky Linux 9 is the drag cut image build, right? Because that was something that had to happen. So we're going to copy this over there. We're going to set this for the container for this one. And then we're going to make sure that this can boot off of it, this lab disks node. This one little node that we're kind of testing in our cluster, right? So there we go. Daft Duck, you said Incus. I don't know. Might have missed what Incus is. Maybe my closed captioning screwed you. I'm not sure what Incus is. By the way, I very rarely am looking down at my closed captioning. It's just down there saying words that either are or aren't what I'm saying, and I apologize for that. There's not much I can do with that, unfortunately. All right, so here's our lab. It's building out the provision containers. We're still going to have to build. We're going to set that as the container for this node here. Right, so that's done. And we're going to set that to lab 9 lab, right? So we're going to set that. We're going to modify the node. And then we're going to do the overlay build for just that one box. Where's he at? Node list overlay build for just that one box. Boom. And what we should see is it should be building the overlay for the lab disks. Good. All right. Come over here. Reboot this box. It's forced to reboot. While that's rebooting, we can actually look at exactly what's going on. So profile list for that one node is right here. Oops. 01. And here are the, it's a little hard to see here. There we go. Looks way better. So now we see that it's set to Rocky Linux Lab 9. Everything else is the same. It's still the Drakit, which is what it needs to boot properly. There we go. Via Drakit. That's different than yesterday when it was all busted. And we should be good. Things that we expect to still be on that node when it comes up. We should still be able to go in as this other user. So we should still see the users on there. We should still see opt mounted. All of these things should still be there. And we can just ping it. Ping it and wait for the node to come up. Where's he at? There. Ping. Are these two CPU 4 gig? Yeah, my pathetic little VMs run amucker. Yes. Yeah. I'm very chintzy with what are they? They're 4 gigs and shamefully only 2 CPUs. Yes, that's all they are. They're very sad little boxes. I agree. But we can make some bigger in the future. But mainly, I wanted these, and I called this one lab disks because the first lab I want to do is set up for you guys to just partition disks. Like, nobody, there's no labs out there for people to jump in and do some of the disk stuff. Oh, Runamucker. There's some really cool high performance compute stuff done on Pies. Yeah. So this cluster we're using, Warewulf, if you go look up Beowulf clusters, that's an older. If you go look up Beowulf clusters on Raspberry Pis, there's a huge amount of things that people do within the Raspberry Pi space. Yeah, the Warewulf stuff is all... Yeah. So the Warewulf stuff, you're not too far behind. If you missed yesterday, you're not too far behind. All we did was we were a little stuck on getting this to boot properly, but now we have. And now I should be able to log in as the user. Yep, I can get in as root. I can become this other user. Let's go to my lab user. And lab user can SSH in there. Good. So now... so that's good. So that means that I could give access through the thing. Yeah, Runamucker. I was having problems with it yesterday. I had to build the overlay. I posted down in the Discord how I ended up doing it in case anybody wants to see it. But yeah, I beat my head on it a little bit yesterday when we were kind of just hanging out on a Friday afternoon. Now, I mean, it's Saturday morning and, you know, I'm still not working too hard, but still getting the lab stood up and still giving general access. In fact, right now, I could build the connection to this node if we wanted to do that. I could build a connection directly into this lab disks server from this, and then anybody that was in our system would be able to get in there. Why is this? Oh, it's like, wait a minute. Why is this not? Hold on. Settings. Let's make a connection. New connection. And let's just call this lab disks 01, let's say. And the protocol is going to be SSH. And then down here, oops, oh, what's going on here? Location is not, it doesn't really matter. Authentication is going to be username is lab user. And the key, the private key, is one that we, again, would normally not show on stream, right? But if I exit out of here, and I'm back, whoops, sudo lab user, and then cd to home lab user .sh. We don't normally show this private key to anybody, but we'll go ahead and, actually I can grab all of this. This is the whole private key right here, right? Clear. And then we drop the private key right here, right? And then, when that's all done, we'll say save. And then now there's lab disks here. And then I should be able to, for any one user, let's say. It doesn't really matter. I can just go back to home because I should be able to see it because I'm a root user. Here's lab disks. I should be able to now click to that. There's a key passphrase. That's not normal. Oh, gotta edit it. I don't know why. I don't think we should need a key passphrase. Is there a... There should not be a key passphrase needed for this. That's weird. I'm giving it an empty passphrase, which if I don't know what it is, I'm gonna... You can give Kubernetes, huh? Oh, well, hold on. Host name I gotta give. Just for now, we're gonna give it, port 22, but that's the default. Authentication, okay, maybe that'll be better. Because for some reason, yeah, I don't know why I wasn't giving it the actual node. Yeah, I shouldn't have to give a key passphrase. I've never seen that before. Shouldn't be any of those. Got the whole key in there. Proxy parameters don't matter. Protocol's fine. Yeah, Paulo, that's a good. Any of those MD RAID type things. Very important commands to know. Lab user, got the key. It's a private key. Yep. Connecting to the right. I should be able to head over there. 200. Name. Location. Location shouldn't be root. Leave it, doesn't matter, I guess, but one connection. One, that's fine. Yeah, I shouldn't need a key phrase for this. There shouldn't be one. If you want a passphrase, use N, and your passphrase in this case is nothing. There's no passphrase. So, because N was just there was nothing. There's nothing to it. I guess we can do that, but I don't think that should would be insanity if that worked. Oops. Yeah, it looks to me like there's nothing being passed as the key, which is what, well, I mean, that's what you would expect for a passphrase. There's nothing being passed as a passphrase, which is what you expect for most all passphrases ever. That's weird. That's weird, guys. Yep. No passphrase being given. And that's just... Dash capital C is just your comment. Dash capital N is what generates your new passphrase. But our passphrase is empty, so, you know, nothing there. See any I don't need to key revocate anything. So we see how the key's being made right here. The key's being made in this command right here. Oh, hold on. Yeah, we want RSA. Okay, yeah. We're building the cluster, and then it's giving no passphrase. So that's no passphrase right there. So that's... There's nothing there. Hey, Ios. Sobu, how's it going? We are just, we're trying to find... So we're down in Warewulf. And we've generated a user, and then we've added the user to the cluster, and we've verified that we can get into the cluster with the user, right? We're doing all these things, all these good things that are working. But then we're trying to come across from the system here of Guacamole, and we're trying to connect to the system, and we've used labdisks01, that's fine. SSH is our protocol. We're trying to get to that host name on that port. We're saying we're the lab user. Here's our long private key that we have. But then it's asking us, as we go to do it, it's asking us for a passphrase. And the passphrase is empty. There's nothing put right there, right? That's just two characters right there next to each other. It's an empty passphrase. So I can't give a passphrase here. And even if I did, there's no passphrase. I mean, maybe I gotta put an end character on there, maybe, but that shouldn't matter. Shouldn't matter, but we'll give it the old college try. Nope, still the same thing. Nothing. Also fails. But let's see. Let's go over here real quick. Let's go into that box as this user. And let's see. ProLUG secure. So we'll come down here And we're going to see, okay, lab user ID is trying to connect. Let's see if we can get an actual... All right. So we're getting a failure without any attempt to even get to this box. So I think the failure has to do with inside of this connection somewhere. Like I don't know how to set up. There's something I don't know about this. 200.51, that's the right node there. Username is lab user, and there's the private key. Let's see. Why is it trying to ask for... Yeah, we're not even getting to the box. So something's happening here. Yeah, we're not even getting... We're not even getting past the connection part here because it's not even hitting this, which it should. SH, that's what we need. Connection, that. It's very possible. Hold on. Let's pull this all out. Let's go throw it in Notepad real quick. It should all be one block, and we'll give it a space at the end like they asked for, but it's all... Oh no, there we go. That's a problem. You're trying SPAC, Wusa? Yeah, SPAC's a good tool. This should all be the same line, guys. That is not... No, I get... Well, no. Maybe it can be separate lines like that. Okay. You sure? That's what somebody mentioned, but even if I strip that off, I'm pretty sure we're still gonna have the same. But that's what somebody mentioned, was adding it or removing it. So we've removed it now, so now it's gone. Let's go back here. Let's see. Damn it. All right. Let's see. Hold on. We could regenerate these keys for the purpose of this lab. Well, I mean, for the purpose of this in general, we can just fix that in. Well, I'll show you guys how we should theoretically. Oh man, no, because if it, I don't like changing stuff if like if we don't know what. I was gonna say we could just give it a generic passphrase like cluster or something. Boot into single user mode. No, Hacked Planet, it won't help because I can get into the box on the cluster side. I'm trying to connect to it from an outside connection now. Yeah, Hacked Planet. You didn't miss much. We just got a little further in kind of the deployment phase of our cluster here, and specifically around the Warewulf stuff. And we were looking at, okay, so we got the generation of the keys. We can SSH from everywhere. We can do everything we need, right? We can become a user. Where the hell are we at? We can become a user, and that user can jump into the cluster. That's cool. But then, taking that user's private key, his cluster key here, and dropping it over into my Apache Guacamole, and allowing this system to connect in, kind of like I can do here, where I can just connect to any of my boxes, right? That's not working. So since I can't get in there, and strictly what's happening is it's asking for a key phrase, but the key phrase is empty. As it's being generated, the phrase is empty. So that's where we're at right now, Hack the Planet. I'm not super worried about it because I have other ways to get, like, this is one of these things where, that you talk about six in one hand and half a dozen in the other. I can do it a different way. Like I could literally just use a password to get in. But I was trying to do it with the key. Thought the key would be good. But the key's just, so my options then are to just strip this out and make it without that at all, because I think that's dumb to do. Or I could put something in there and then go see if it works. I have these other ways to do it, I guess. I just, some decision's going to affect something else down the line that I can't predict yet. So, am I spelling that right? Let's see, lab user, yep. Trying to get into 192.168.200.51. You know what I haven't done yet? Hold on. Let's cancel out of this. Let's go look at one of the other nodes. One of the other nodes doing this same thing. Blue node, root, SSH, maximum connections, good. All these things. He comes as an inmate with a password, which is fine. He doesn't have a private key or a passphrase. That's fine. All right. Well, there's nothing weird about that. That's just, I just want to make sure that my port didn't, nothing else was there. Unauthorized keys. Yeah, Hack the Planet. The key part of it's working, actually. So the key part of it's working over here. Like if I just want to go from my Warewulf box into that box, the key part's working. It's the the weird GUI implementation of my Apache Guacamole that's having problems. This is what's busted in here. Something about the way I copied this key in, or something's just not clicking. Something's not doing what we need. I'm gonna add a character at the end, right? Maybe. I don't think that's gonna help, but I don't think it's gonna hurt either. Yeah, we still got the key passphrase problem, and the key passphrase is empty, so that should work. And if it wasn't empty, it would be two single quotes, but that's not working either. So it should be empty. This is an empty passphrase right there generated. So yeah, I don't and then we were on the box to make sure that there was no, we were actually in the server, right? And we were tailing -F on varlog secure to make sure that there was no connection attempt coming through from that system, right? Like this never even tries to connect to the box. Hold on. 192.168.200.51. 92.168. 200.51. Port. Yeah, that's all. Make it a space. I mean, it shouldn't matter, and that's not right, but yeah, fails immediately. So, yeah. Yeah, actually, so it's funny. I can regen the key just by wiping it and restarting. Or, let me try this. Yeah, I thought about, so this is a script out here. Where am I at? PWD. When a user first logs in, it generates a cluster. Where the hell am I? I'm on the wrong box. Hold on. It generates this and makes this. Yeah, so I could wipe the user's account and then log back in, and it would make this key if it wasn't there. Interesting. Give me a second here. Let's try something. Let's try the simplest thing. So here's the simplest thing I know. We're gonna become the lab user. We're gonna go to that box, right? And then we're just gonna do pass WD, and we're gonna give us a password of lab user. Oh, maybe it's not gonna let us do that. Okay, we made them lab user. So the password is lab user. We're gonna get rid of all this garbage. That's not working anyways. And save it. So now, if they can get in, I know it's too short, guys. Thanks Google. Thanks for telling me that my password's not up to your standards. I appreciate that. Ah, so this is a different error, but at least we've got to that. So the fix to this is known. This is home. Back home. This I've fixed before. This is in Google. Yeah. So there's a solution to this. You just go, fucking take your cookies, whatever. So typically, yeah, you add the host key algorithms for that. And you put it in the .sh config, but it's weird though if it were this won't stay with the system, but it'll at least be on this one. Right? If you do anything like that, you always got to restart your SSHD. However, again, I've never. All right, oh, fuck it. I'll just go here. Let's see. See, because it shouldn't have to be. Normally SSH is the config out. Hold on a second. Let's go look at that box. Guacamole box. I don't have SSH turned on this box, so. Yeah, we have that set here on the Guacamole server, which is actually doing the connection. So yeah, oh. Definitely fixed that before. Go to red one. See, it's got to be in the SSHD config because that's the incoming. Just give it the old college try. Whoops. Don't want that. What the hell? Didn't do anything with that. I didn't do anything with this. Yeah, the only thing D config is here. Yeah, Hacked Point. I'm not sure exactly why. It's because it's these host key algorithms that it's allowing, and it's not going to allow the connection without accepting these. Oh, you know, hold on. I mean, well, no, this shouldn't be. I mean, that should be the standard if it's commented out, but we'll give that a shot anyways. Silliness. Oh, well. But this is like, I mean, this is like a known problem, and I've fixed this before. Yeah, there. It should be any of the hosts. It shouldn't have to be. I shouldn't need host on this. You know, this shouldn't be required. And even if I did, what was one of those wrong? Oh. Sometimes they matter. Yeah, it seems like it would be that too. What the hell just happened here? Oh, there we go. All right. Yeah, I would have thought that would have went in over on the YouTube side. Daft Duck said you would think it would go into the config for the outgoing connection. I agree, but for some reason, this is a setting for SSHD, and I've had to do this before, and it's kind of annoying. In this case, this does say SSH config, but that's not like when I've done this before on the other box. In here, this is where I did it. In the red nodes to get it to work was in the config, the daemon. So, I don't know. Let's go see. Yeah, there's something else going on here, which is not that big of a deal for us to figure out. Yeah, it's 6050. How's it trying to connect on 6050 for? Oh, that's their just return port. Yeah, that's fine. Host-based accepted algorithms. That one that we need? See, these are the two. These are the ones that I have on the work. This node works. Like red node 1, I can get into, right? Like these were the fix on these nodes. These right here. They're not the fix on this. Yeah, like I just copy those in, restart the service. That's not gonna still let me in. Yeah. So there's something else going on there. Apollo Python, we know that the authorized keys work. We know that part works because we can test it out here. We can go into that user and SSH into that box. So we know that it works for authentication. This has something to do with how Guacamole connects over. And I've had to solve this before on the Ubuntu boxes, and the solution was simply these lines right here. But I don't know. This is one of those things. It's not that big of a deal right now because that's just an access thing. I'm not gonna let it. Weird question. Can you use a SATA controller on a SCSI disk? Isobu, I don't think I've ever done that exact thing. There may be systems that can do that. I don't know. I'd have to look at. I mean, I would tell you look at whatever the physical vendors support. You know, that's what I would do. I'm always looking at like what physical things support what things. You know. That's what I would do. All right. We don't need this right now, strictly speaking, so we won't worry about it. But let's do. We'll worry about that stuff later. Let's get some of the lab built out, and then we'll focus on that stuff later, I guess. So in the lab, we're here, and we'll just go back to root. Got a bunch of containers and boxes that we've built, and really we just built the one node so far. And when we added the node, we gave it whatever IP address we wanted, right? And that's coming from well, there's a DHCP pool that it could also pull from. And then we set it to discoverable true for the first build. We can also give it a MAC address right here as we define our systems. So let's go check something here. I don't even know how this got in the middle of all this. Hold on, let me get rid of this. We don't need this here. That was in the middle of everything. So in here we got this lab environment YAML, and this pushes when we build our lab deployer. This calls the type of deployment that we're doing, and if we've got a template for it, and then the size of the disks and where it's coming from and the hardware and all this stuff. So what I need to do is there's a vault and a lab env file. Okay. And then lab internal if we have different devices. Okay, so those are coming from that. We don't even need those other networks. We'll loop over nodes. Oh man. Oh. All right. We got to change this tooling out to be able to support the systems that we're going to be building. So there's our Nightbot thing that tells you guys what we're doing. There's a Discord link. I will post that for you guys over on the YouTube side if anybody's still hanging out over there. There's our Discord if you want to hang out and talk with other engineers and stuff. We are, so hold on. So I'm switching gears a little bit. This is what I had intended to do. I'm just going to deploy this out to a bunch of nodes. we'll fix that eventually. I'll figure out that key stuff, and I'll post it down. You know what? I actually have I've solved that before, which is what bugs me, that the solution doesn't work because now we're on Rocky instead of Ubuntu. But that's neither here nor there. Let's do this real quick. So we've got a set of nodes, and let's go up one, and let's copy our dungeon deploy. Copy -R. Right, everything from dungeon deploy to Warewulf nodes deploy. I think that's a fair name. Just copy everything over. In here, we're going to start to fix some of these things. So our lab environment is going to be different names for our nodes and different things that we want the host to actually get as a IP address. So actually the host is the one that it's connected to. And then the template, we're not going to need a template, but we are going to need MAC addresses. So that's good. And yeah. Okay. So we got to figure out the names. Hey Rosberg, how's it going, man? You gonna be streaming in a little bit? I'm just sitting over here beating my head on this tool called Warewulf, which is a WULF. Anyways, it's a tool that does cluster management and stuff and building all this stuff. Nope, you're hanging out today? That's good. Well, we are not working too hard because it's Saturday, and the wife is coming home shortly. She's bringing me Fazoli's, man, and I don't know if you guys know, but Fazoli's just came back to Phoenix. Actually, I'm going to tell her yes, Fazoli's. Hold on, because she texted me. Yes. Let me see, 2. And let's see, what else, what do I want from there? Yeah, Blaval, hopefully this stuff's useful to you. We're just, hanging out. Oh, somebody did, no, the Ranger check was a while ago. Let's see how my dog Ranger's doing. He is... So guys, I've been telling you, it got to 118 yesterday in Phoenix. It's 105 right now in Phoenix. 118 was the record. It had only gotten to 116, and since they've kept records, it was 116 in 1983. But now it was 118 yesterday at the Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. What's that sandwich? Okay. All right. It is delightfully nerdy, that's true. But Ranger doesn't care about none of this stuff, and he's sitting downstairs at exactly 73 degrees. He is nice and cool. He's got his own little fireplace and his own little area downstairs, and his little llama that he's had since he was a baby. I was telling you guys earlier, he's had that llama since he was as big as that llama. And that's kind of funny. He doesn't chew on his toys. He's never been a chewer. But he's laying down in there. All right, so what do we need to do? Well, we'll keep an eye on Ranger. Let's change this up so that it works the way that we want. What do we want to call these? These deployment nodes are they're gonna wipe themselves nightly. Yeah, Blaval. Yeah, I sometimes, like, if I have a good night or something, when I'm hanging out the next morning watching Running Man or Ross, I'll mention it or whatever. But yeah, I'm not a super serious streamer. Most of you guys can probably tell that. I just kind of do this for fun. Doc said, do you add repos into Rocky 9? I'm following a Railcent 8 Ansible course, but repos do not all work. Pip does, but Yum does not. And I checked the Rocky pages, but I haven't been able to find. Yeah, so Doc asked about repos. Sorry, Doc, I didn't see it. Your repos all work inside of Warewulf. So Warewulf is actually sharing the repos out in this environment. So if I go to my node, in fact, when I want to build something about this container, I got to exec into the actual container. And then if I were to cd to etsy yum.repos.d, that's where all my repos are determined and designed. So if I more like epel.repo, which we added a little while ago, here's all the information about the epel repo. And repos are pretty straightforward. They've got a name to them, which is in square brackets, and then they give you a name, which can be arbitrary. This can be whatever you want. And then they give you a base URL, but in this case, the base URL is commented out. So they've got a meta link to where it's going to be accessed from, whatever that is. Is it enabled? Is GPG check there, meaning that if something doesn't pass the GPG check, it'll always warn you. And then count me, I don't even know what the hell that means. And then here's the GPG check file that we would have downloaded sometime in the past. Yeah, epel is the extra packages for Enterprise Linux. So when I downloaded that, when I said DNF, in this case, DNF is the what came after Yellow Dog Update Manager, the YUM. DNF, so I would say DNF install epel-release, and that would go and set up everything for these epel extra packages for Enterprise Linux. And that's where we got our YUM. So epel what provides Ansible. When you do something like this, first off, my system doesn't have any metadata in the container because it wipes it every time. So I got to go pull this metadata every time, which is fine. I don't mind waiting a few minutes for it, but it means that the metadata is always the most up to date. But when I do my DNF, what provides Ansible, that's going to tell me what gives me the tool Ansible and what of these repos it's in. Yeah. Yeah, doc, so that's good. Daft Duck, yeah, I could use a different set of keys. That's just what came with the Warewulf. I'll mess around. Like you guys will see. I'll once I have stuff working the way I want, I'll go add to it and change the way it works later. But here's the Ansible stuff. Here's the repo with system. But it was funny. This did not install from system earlier. It didn't even find it. It found it when I added epel. So that's the extra packages for Enterprise Linux, and then the Ansible one. So that's where Warewulf would install it from if we were going to install stuff. And then that's the directory for people that are doing, if you're doing any of the Red Hat based versions, there's that. Dandified. Yeah, what provides is one of my, yeah, or provides. I think you just do provides nowadays. It used to be what provides. And then you can just find where something gets something from. Yeah, if you're using RHEL, you can use Subscription Manager, absolutely. But we got to pull down packages stuff. Okay, and then if I had changed anything on the system, when I exit this container, it'll rebuild everything. I obviously did something. Oh, I did something because this pulled down into var yum cache. So this would have went to our var cache yum got updated here. So then this cleaned it all out and rebuilt the container. Strictly speaking, we didn't have to rebuild that container because nothing else had changed except for some cached files. But the system will rebuild the container anytime you change anything, even though it's now wiping it all. So that's kind of funny. Where are we at? So we're doing that. I got sidetracked a little bit. Oh yeah, I was building Ansible stuff. Hold on, let's go back to Ansible. We need names. So I'm doing $$ to clearly doing $$ if you're in command mode. $. Whoops. $. And then we can actually hit dot, and it'll keep repeating what you just did. Dot. Right? So I need names. And I need to make sure that I'm putting them to the right host, which is 198. Let's go make sure that's correct. The host that we're going to be doing this on will be, this is management interface 198. Okay, so it will be on this node. It'll be this guy. And one thing I got to check is how much storage does he have? His primary storage, we've got 512. We have 70% used. So we don't have a whole lot of disk space on this box. So as we're building these, I'm probably going to maybe make these only, I don't know, maybe 10 gig. They don't have to be super big because home is stored off somewhere else. Maybe we'll just make them like 10 gig for now. And then the template, we don't need the template for this. So we're just going to bust this out. Get rid of the template. That works for me. And we're just going to build these to be 04 for now. 05 and 06. You're going to see that these will be the last octet in each of the things. But let's call this Rocky. Let's call them Rocky 1. Oh, whatever. We'll just write them out. Rocky 3. Rocky 4. Rocky 5. And Rocky 6. And we're just going to see if we can build these pretty quickly. So there, that's that. Lab deployer. And we do not need a template anymore. We're gonna make the lab size only 10 gigs for the disk. We'll make them 4 and 496. That's fine. CD-ROM isn't needed. These other networks are not needed. And the MAC is going to be generated each time. So ABB, DD, AA, 00, and then 00, 01, 02, 03, 04. So this will be each of those different ones. None of these things change. Loop extended control true. So now this loop right here of nodes, as it walks through each of these items here, is going to go pull that information from this lab environment. So we just head this file, right? It starts out with nodes, goes into nodes, and then it's going to say for each node, and it's going to get the name Rocky. So item.node name is going to be Rocky. Item.node, so the host will always be the host up here. Item.node host. The host name is 192.168, you know, whatever. And then the MAC will be added to the end of this, so each of the lab internal MACs are unique to each of these boxes. That's what we're doing here. I'm going to grab this here, and we're going to jump back to the Warewulf side, and we're going to go out of here, and we're going to do our history, and we're going to grab 155 here. Right. This won't be the actual command we're going to do. We're going to change this to Rocky 1. Rocky 1 will be, let's just make him 61. And his MAC, I gotta go figure out how to set his MAC. Hold on. Whoops. Did not mean to do that. If I want to set the MAC, damn it. Sometimes people will show, let's see if I can find the command somewhere. Yeah, so we can give -H like this. So we can give the IP address. We can give the MAC, because we know what the MAC is going to be. We know what the MAC address is going to be. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. All right. -H. And then the hardware. This, oh, Jesus. Hardware address is going to be this. And in this case, 01. So Rocky 1 will be that. And then 2 will be this. By the way, I could loop this, but I don't mind doing it manually for this. We'll eventually productionalize this, right? This is one of these things we just get it working for now. Let's just get the box to do the thing we want to see it do. 4, 4, and 4, 5, 5, 5. All right. Now we're going to do our overlay build, because for some reason that doesn't happen automatically. That's fine. So it'll go build it for all these nodes so that when they come up, they're found. Okay. And then if that's all done, we're going to come over here and let's make sure all this stuff's going to work like we want. We're going to do a lab. Hold on a second. Hold on. Did I fix this in here? Yeah, look, there's the two things I add and where I added them to when I was building this. That's how I fixed it in the lab on the Ubuntu boxes. All right, well, fuck it. I don't care. Lab environment is going to build 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those nodes. We only did to 5. Let's make sure he's going to get. He's going to be that with the node. Okay. 6, 6, and 6. We build the overlays so it gets that last overlay. All right. So if this all works, we're going to be deploying into this environment. We're going to get these nodes to come up. They're going to connect. They're going to have the right IP addresses. We're going to be able to SSH into them as the Scott user if we need to from our normal environment. We should be able to do all the things we need to do, because we've got all the different pieces. All we got to do now is get the Ansible part to work. Lab environment. Looks good. Lab deployer is only going to need node, host, and Mac. So host, node name, and Mac. That's all it needs. Good. It also needs username and password, but it gets it from the vault. You can't see that in the environment because there's a vault here. So then if I'm ready to do this, then I'll say Ansible playbook ask vault pass pass vault. I always forget this one. Lab deployer. Let's see. It's gonna ask me for the password. I need to know that. Thanks for the follow, Sorcerer's Selling. Hopefully this stuff sees. Oh, damn it, Asphalt Pass. Should be right there. Yeah, Asphalt Pass. I may have that actually hidden, but anyways, it doesn't matter. If this works, it's gonna build, or it's gonna fantastically fail. But it's either gonna work. Oh gosh, cows everywhere. Let's see if it works or if it fails everywhere. And if it does work, then we're going to see those nodes pop up over here as Rocky. Nope, nope, nope. We're going to see them break. Okay, so we do need a template. That's fine. That's fine. Shut this down for a second. So recopy the template. And then we need to go yeah, it's just gonna be template. We need to put the template back in. Doesn't matter the name of the template so much. But then we need to go grab this line right here. Put it before disks. Good enough. All right, let's see. Oh, gotta put that in. So this should deploy, should bring those nodes up. They should have the right max. They should find themselves discovered. And then while that's running, we can be over here, tail-f on var log Warewulf. So now these nodes will come up. We'll see them start to come up over here. They'll be called Rocky. Oh, hold on. One of them came up. Oh, damn it. All right. Oh. Interesting. So it's failing them, but it's still building them, which means that they're not going to start automatically. That's fine. We'll start them automatically. Or we'll start them manually for now. We'll have to go fix that problem later, but that's just because the template is busted. It's fine. Is this going to start? 1, 2, 3. Alright, things are starting to grab their images here, so that's fine. We're going to see a lot of red over here because we used a template that had a different size VM. We tried to only give it 10 gigs, but it was a 20 gig template. So that's why it's bleeding all over the screen here. It's going to fail out terribly, but it's still going to build. Over here, we're still going to see the console come up and grab, am I the right node? So it says that I'm, oh shoot, this guy's trying to be lab disks too. That's funny. That's not what he should be, but what's this guy going to be? We set him discoverable, so this guy's right. Oh god, it's gonna be all messy. That's fine. I don't care because we're just testing it for now. But that's kind of funny that so we got them all. They're all going to be off 1 because we had that other node. So that tells us to clean up our other nodes. It will pull all the stuff, and it will stand these nodes up. That should work. And then we should be able to go on Warewulf over here. Watch them all come up. We should be able to SSH into them and do all that kind of stuff. That's funny. That's my fault for having the template be storage. Can I edit this? Oh, reducing the size of the disk is not supported. I see. So we could just say add a disk. Just lab disk. 10 gig. Interesting. All right, well, let's watch these boot up anyways. So we're going to have a little bit of a slowdown because all of the devices are trying to grab their configs at the same time. So I'm okay with that taking some time. We can expect that in the cluster. Normally we do this over at least a 10 gig line, but sometimes we'll do management over our fast networks, and then that'll do it even faster. But we're getting a little bit of a yeah, it's fine. They're all building. They're all going. They're just moving slow, so we can watch those build. And again, maybe I should have set discoverable to no because I manually set their MAC. Hold on, because I said let's go look at, we want to look at, let's just look at lab disk 02, let's say. And what's his MAC address? It's default hardware address, but that's not what. Let's go. That's also definitely not right. So Rocky 1 is network. Oh, what the hell? They just picked some BS Mac. 62EA. That's not what they should have picked. They should have been VI lab environment. Cat lab deployer. They should have taken this. Ah, he's even got a BS other one. They're not. Yeah, so I have no idea where they're grabbing that from. Well, let's at least watch them boot up. They're not going to start. Ah, wait, they're back to this old. No. Oh, they're using the other. They're not booting. They're not booting with DraKit, so they're never going to come up. Yeah, they're not booting right. How did I set those? I got them on the default 9, which is not the way I should have done it. But even then, this one should have been. I didn't set their damn. All right, well, I broke everything, guys. I broke it all. Oh yeah, Cypher. Well, if Robodom was here, he could give you that access. I think I can give. I think I got to do like some kind of mod thing to give you ability. Boruto fan, you definitely want to go to Killer Coda. Let me link that. There you go. There's Killer Coda. There's a whole bunch of stuff in there. Oh yeah. Just do an exclamation mark Killer Coda, or exclamation mark Labs will do it for most of you. All right. Well, I know what I did. I know what I did wrong here. I didn't set these boxes But I think I'm pretty close to the things that I need here. All right. So these are going to spin forever. So what I need to do is I'm going to kill them all because that was my fault for. Let's force shut down on all these. Yep. So that they don't, because they're just gonna burn up. Whoops. They're just gonna burn up resources. I should be able to go to all of them like this and say force shutdown. Boom. Right. So I'll stop them all, and then we're gonna delete them all, and then we're going to also delete this lab discs one. So delete the template. Delete. And we will probably have to make I need new storage. Gonna need a new basic VM, and we want to make him. We actually want to make him as a template, but that's fine. That's fine. He's always going to boot from the network. He's going to be here. He's going to have two CPUs and 4 gigs of RAM. That's fine. His storage is always just going to be 10 gigs. That's fine for now. Diskless VM that boots from the network. Actually is going to be a diskless VM that boots from the network, but we'll use this for now. And then we don't need these other disks. And then right now we're gonna just make this a template real quick. Oh, I've been using XCPNG for a long time. I mean, it's all the same to me. Delete all these. These were all just used for fun. And then now we're going to take this Rocky template and convert to a template, convert it down. And then now we got to grab his UUID. We got to add that into our playbook. The template is actually always the same. So technically speaking, I had this for when the template was different. But if we know that this template's always going to be the same, let me just do this. We know that in this environment, it's always going to be the same template, so that's fine for now. I don't know why the lab internal did not take the Mac like it should have, because I've seen that work before. In fact, like any of these other nodes, they've got the right. Oh, you know what? I bet it's because our networking conflicted, so that was my own fault. Let's just change it. Lab deployer, we'll just change this to like BB. Doesn't really matter as long as it's within the hexadecimal framework that we need. Doesn't really matter what else goes on there. We'll get ready to build these, but we need to, before we do that, we got to clean these all up. So let's say node delete Rocky 1 through 6. Yep. Node list. We want a node list. We're going to get rid of these lab disks 1, 0, 1. Oh, we'll just do. That's fine. Okay. No nodes. When we build this, we're going to add Rocky. You know what? We're not even going to give it an IP. We're going to let it assign the IP itself. We're going to give it Rocky 1 to 6. Right? Discoverable true. It's going to be BB. I don't think I can wildcard that the same way. So we might be making these one at a time, but that's fine. Let's see. 1 to 6, this. And then the profile. Sorry. Container is going to be equal to Rocky Linux 9 lab, right? Isn't that what we had much earlier, I believe? Yeah, 9-lab. Yep. And then let's see. Well, it says discoverable to not be true because I don't want him to just grab whatever. Two. 3. Ah, god damn it. Two. 3. 4. We wouldn't normally, again, do this, but I'm okay with doing it when we're first building it out, just to test. 6. Alright, so we got that. Those are there. I need to build their overlays. Right? So now their overlays will be sitting out there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need to change. Let's go do this history real quick. We need to change their iPixie here, so we need to do this. Oops, damn it. We need to do that for Rocky. 1, 2, 6. Yep. And then their overlays can get built again just for fun. And yeah, I could do a for loop for a lot of this, but I don't mind. So let's go run our playbook. Our playbook should start with B. Make sure we started with B. Really? Oh, damn it. We did. Okay. This should work. I hope. change the template. Pulling the default template. Should get that. Should boot right. Shouldn't have to have a smaller or larger disk. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 should hit those. I mean, yeah, we'll see. Worst it can do is crap all over the place again. It's the worst it can do. Might just break. Here's Rocky 1 turning on. Coming up. Does it have the right? Obviously none of those things are going to start. It's 0, 1. Is it seeing that it's supposed to be Rocky 1? Okay, yeah, Rocky 1 sees that it's Rocky 1. That's good. There's no failures, so these are all going to start. See, so this one didn't fail, so that means that one's probably not going to fail. We'll watch him on the console. He should be Rocky 2. See, once we get this working like this, the reason we build things manually like this, you say, well, you know, what the hell? What the hell? I don't want to be managing this and turning this shit on like this. No, we don't. You're right. But once I get this up, all my Ansible stuff over here, I can run inside of my Tower instance, right? So I can use Tower to kick things off as I need, as though it's root in my environment because it's got keys and stuff. So now Tower can wipe these boxes every night if I wanted to. Tower can go do all of this stuff. The manual build stuff is just when I'm down in the lab doing stuff that nobody sees. I'm letting you guys see kind of how it works because, you know, it's just a bunch of madman stuff. But then, hopefully, let's get back to Rocky 1. Why did he die? He died. Why did he shut down? That doesn't sound good. Doesn't look good at all. Start him up. He went down for something. I don't know what happened to him. Oh, did I set them not to... Oh, I think I didn't set them to stay. That's terrible. Hold on, I think they're manual. I think they're turning off by default. That might be my fault, guys. But is it pulling all of its stuff to start? It looks like the box is starting here. Let's see if it crashes on anything. That would be unfortunate if it's crashing on anything. It's pausing for some reason. The system is halting. It's unable to load whatever this is and refusing to continue. So we're seeing a new type of error. The box they're all building. That's fine. They're all getting the name I think that they're supposed to have, which is what I expect. It's Rocky 4, okay. Yeah, let's see why they're not starting up. The overlay didn't start, or it crashed in some way, and then it paused the box and turned it off. See how 6 is doing. 6 is going through the same thing. Hold on a second. Hold on. Is there... Let's go look at their networking. Oh, they're getting their network. Yep, they're getting their right networks. They look weird, but they're real Macs. That's fine. So why... Well, I mean, that's dumb. I mean... So I didn't give it a network, and it didn't assign one via DHCP. So yeah, of course they're not going to boot. They don't have any damn networks. Oh, amazing, amazing. All right. In the words of this guy, doing it live. All right, we gotta tear them all down. Delete them. Stop them. Force shutdown. On all these poor nodes. Force shutdown. They're all going down. This is what they get. And delete. Delete them all. Okay. Well, we're closer. So we've deleted them all. We need to add the nodes. And then as we add the nodes, we're going to just give them an IP address. So, one will get 61. Two will get 62 for now. Let's do that for now. Give some of that space back. 2, 3. Yeah, I know I can loop it. 4, 4, and 4. Do 5. By the way, I could just be testing this with one node. You know, could just test it with one, but I'm stubborn, and I'll do stuff stubbornly if you let me. By the way, tomorrow we do all labs. On Sundays we do labs on Sundays. That's what we do. So, gotta build the overlays for all those nodes. And then now we should be able to... Oh, hold on. We need to set them... I don't know why I didn't set that there, but I should set them with Dracut so they come up properly with that. Let's rebuild their overlays again, because that's inside the container. And then, hopefully, Ansible will work. Well, Ansible part's working. Right, Ansible's building the nodes. Once the nodes are up, all they need to do is be rebooted. When they're rebooted, they just go back to a wiped, clean version again. So that's one of the nice things about it. Once we get these up, they'll always just be ready. They're stateless nodes. Any change to the state on a running node is wiped as the node goes down and comes back up. So that's, you know, that's cool. Got that going for us. Change our music up. We've been listening to the upbeat stuff for a while. Let's go listen to some dark stuff. We got streaming dark as well. Some of our more dark music. Put some of that stuff on for you guys instead. You guys should be able to hear that through the media player, but I think I keep it kind of low. Alright. Boxes are doing their stuff. They're coming up with... Oh, this one's already booting, so this one's been coming up for a while. And it should be on the network, so that should work. Nope. Same problem. Same problem. But they're grabbing the right nodes. They're grabbing the right everything else. Indeed. Premature end of archive. Unable to load that provisioned thing. So we're getting through everything else, but we're not able to get the get into that last little bit, and then it's just crashing down on us. Wait a minute, why is this getting... He's not on the network? Lab internal. It's the normal network. Why is it giving me some strange network out there? And that's the right network range, but it's a different IP than we've picked. Alright, well the Ansible part of it's doing what it's supposed to do. That should be working like it's supposed to. Rocky 1. Got its default IP address. The range is right. The default gateway is right. Profile is the lab. iPixie's right. Overlays are fine. I don't see anything there that's broken looking. So I don't see how these are any different than the one that was working. They're trying to call these things and it's working. All these pieces are working as they're getting called. These are working. This one's also getting some weird net zero out in the middle of nowhere. doing this before. This was all we were setting. Alright, this one's gonna pop first. It's gonna break, but it's gonna pop first still, so we'll keep an eye on this one. Well, the thing is, we didn't change anything on any of the grub from the last time this was working. So this, I mean, everything else on here should be, you know, just like it was working. If you go back far enough, I don't think we can go back this far. I want to see if we have an example. I don't see anything. This was busted back then, so that one was never completely right. The one box had to track it, so that was okay. Got all those. Got all that. I mean, I guess we could set it to discoverable true, but that doesn't seem like... Something like that should matter that much in the big scheme of things. I mean, if the node is going to here and then pulling down the image, there's no reason that it shouldn't be able to. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of these ones I might have to just think about again. And then sometimes you just look at it for a bit and then you find that something was dumb. So it's booting the right way here. But this is a different behavior than anything else that we've had. says it's running. It's fine. Those two things think they'll be shared out. That's fine. That doesn't matter. I feel like any of these nodes should have... Both of these should have failed already, the 3 and the 5. Look, I can start another one and have it fail before either of them do. I don't know what they're waiting for. He's the right Rocky. He's pulling down the right device. Everything else should be right. Three is moving about as slow as it can go. This one got everything it needed to supposedly and then booted. But that seemed really fast. So unless something else is going on here. Pre-mount's giving us an error, standard and expected error, end of file. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. At least they're all failing the same way. Is the UUID correct? It's possible that we've never been in the Dash lab. It's very possible that we have to redo part of this. Let me go find this. Very possible that we need... What the hell's going on here? Come on. Everything just wants to pop up and be in front. Alright, it's very possible that we need to... I don't think we would need to do this again, but that is our drag cut part of this. We have the Warewulf drag cut on there. I mean, it could also be this because I did have this set on that other node. So, fortunately, now we're not going to know which one of the two things it is, but we'll see. We'll reboot just one of the nodes. We'll rebuild its overlay here in a second and reboot just one and see if that comes back. Can you wcurl get the URL and use CPIO to manually extract the archive and confirm that you download? Extract it manually. I just joined, so not sure if you tried. IO fault. I could probably do that, but this was all working, so I'm not thinking that it's not connecting. It was doing all the connecting just a little while ago. I just changed some other stuff, and then it stopped working. So I think the connections are all fine as far as downloading things. I think it's something else we changed on our side, if that makes sense. And mainly that we're doing different. Let's try this one because this is one thing that we hadn't done, and it had been done on the other node. So I didn't realize, I hadn't captured that this was important, but I have a feeling that possibly this is. Let's exit. So that's gonna go, and then we've changed two things though. However, it's got to be. I suspect it's actually this one here. That I didn't set the nodes to the grub menu entry dracut. So I had done both of these on the node that was working. And I didn't even think about it, was that I had set the iPixie dracut, but I didn't set this part. So let's give this the old college try, and then we'll go look at some of the other stuff that we might do. Yep. Let's give it a shot. This will be Rocky 1 to 6. But we're going to only do it on one of them for right now. Yeah, we'll modify the 6 nodes. Alright, we're just going to do it on one real quick. So, that's done. Oh, we got to rebuild their overlays. Always rebuild the overlays. It's just life. I'll just rebuild all of them. And let's just, this guy can shut down. Like that node's trying. He's trying. A set tag? Yeah, it's possible. I've done many things now. This is one of the things I'll have to go do. I'll go back and I'll pull all these out into my notes. The base things. In fact, I thought I had all the things exactly right, but I have a feeling some of the things were not all captured. I have most of them captured, and this was kind of us. We jumped ahead and tried to do the Ansible part, but which the Ansible part works fine, but now we got to get these nodes back into a normal state, because then we can do Ansible deploys in the future against sets of nodes if we need to, or whatever. It'll make it faster than me going and building them by hand, which is just not what we're looking for. All right. All right. Same thing. Unexpected end of file and premature end of archive. So, hold on. Are we? Okay. I was making sure I didn't fill up the disk. I was like, did I fill up the disk? 'Cause if I had filled up the disk, that would have been real stupid for something not to be telling me that. But no, it's not that. All right. Those all look right. Except for the fact that they're still taking... My nodes are still taking these... Hold on. WWCTL. Let's look at nodeless Faraki again. Because why is he... He's got an IP address. Why is he getting some bullshit one? He's got his tag, so he's the same as the other one. I don't think that should matter. I don't think any of that should matter. But it's weird. We had a working full-on template. And then we changed these other nodes and it stopped working. All right. System salt. All right. We'll circle back on this. All right. I think the wife's coming soon, so I gotta get off of here anyways. But I'll get back to working on this. I think what happened was I changed too many things without capturing what I had fixed. I was pretty sure I had fixed the thing small. I was pretty sure that I had fixed the one little thing that needed to be there. But apparently something else needs to be there still. So I will figure it out and I will drop it down in the Discord like I normally do when I figure stuff out. But I appreciate you guys that kind of stuck with me. I've just been kind of messing around in the lab today. I haven't really worked super hard on anything. Tomorrow we'll do labs. We'll continue with the Ansible stuff. I think we got to lab 9 last time, so we'll burn through the rest of the Ansible labs and we'll do some cool stuff with it. And hopefully that'll be more of like a learning thing. This was just me messing around with systems thing, not necessarily a lot of other stuff. So I did a set tag. Yeah, I gotta go look at what I did. What was I setting? I had changed the root to a RAM disk and then I made it undef and then I set it back. That was not the answer. That's how you undefine things and then go back to the defaults if you ever need to in Warewulf. So you node set something to undef and it'll pick up whatever the default is again. So if you ever get stuck in Warewulf, that's a thing. We did do the tag add and that, I mean, I don't know if that helped it, but the iPixie thing definitely is drag cut and I definitely had done that before. And I had even changed this one and still been able to reboot it. So I don't think anything I did there should have changed anything, because this node was still able to boot. I've captured that though, so I can, whoops, I thought I had captured it. I'm gonna capture that so I have it, like whatever the little error is here, so I can look at it later. Yeah, so let's go hit a little end of stream thing. Anybody that wants to hang out tomorrow, we'll do lab stuff, and I'll go find somebody to raid on the Twitch side. Maybe somebody's doing something fun. Go hit up CM Griffin. He's doing stuff. So, all right, I'll talk to you guys later. Take care.